value you bring to people, how good of a connector you are. And if I can give you one tip, is become one of those socially conscious companies. Build it into your values and your mission to align with one cause. And it doesn't matter if it's going to be the environment or education or underprivileged kids. Me personally and my brand, I support two nonprofits, and they both work with underprivileged families in the Denver metro area. So every time I go, either do actual work at the charity, or I just drop off bags of, clothes, or I donate financially, I will post about it and I will tag that company and that nonprofit so people know that my sets of values also include that I support underprivileged families in my community. And that's what
Mhm.
people will remember. They're going to know, oh, Monica is a web designer, but I know another five web designers and I know another five people that do branding, right? But I will
Mhm.
pick Monica because I'm aligned mostly with her and with
Mhm.
her values and what she stands for. I want to work with her as a person.
Yeah. Yeah, people are really they're buying you. Let's just be honest, right? They're buying you. So, Chanel, can you talk a little bit about I know with you, your company has changed, but you're still kind of in the same industry, right? And so how how important were the values um and the brand that this other company had that made you say like that makes sense for us to go there?
Yeah, I'd love to speak about that. So my husband and I had a detailing business, our own business for about 4 years, Ride Things on Detail, and we had in the beginning, the first year, we were like all about the service and the pricing. And then after that first hard winter, we stepped back and we said, we need to really think about our values. Like, what are our company values? What do we value? And that was community, family, and just generosity. Like, we just wanted to have a good family business. And we had a couple offers in the past years of people saying, how about you just join my company? And we're like, we're never going to sell. And now we're part of a different detailing company. We started working with them in September after closing our own business, and that was really confusing to people. At first, they were like, "Is this a? Did you want to buy a franchise? Like, why would you do this? This is your family business." And one of the big reasons we decided to join this other company and help them open up a new location in our area was we knew these people and we knew their values, and they very strongly aligned with ours. And the owner of Dirty to Dreamy, he kind of was a mentor to us the past 3-4 years. And when we came on, I immediately, I spent some time with their flagship store in Auburn, and I said, you guys have amazing technicians and you guys have such a strong sense of values, but they aren't written down really anywhere. So let's start there. And that's some of the best advice I think I can give anyone is start with your values, as again, as weird as that sounds. Because you want to start with the fun stuff. You want to start with the tip of the iceberg, like Monica said. But you have to know who you are to attract the right people. So when it came to values, that was probably the most important thing, and that's what separates our business. You know, I had a phone call with someone that lasted almost 30 minutes yesterday, and I was able to book one of our top tier services with them simply because I separated myself from the crowd of all the detailers out there by answering their questions honestly. They live 3.5 hours away from our location, but 2 hours away from Auburn, but it's by the airport. So they are going to schedule to get their car done while they are on a business trip. They're willing to go 2 hours for a business. And I also wanted to mention, the owner of Dirty to Dreamy is really big on TikTok. That's not really my area. I'm trying to play around with it. I'm not quite as gun ho about that. But it has been so effective with our business. And a great piece of advice, I think, and I'm sure Elaine, you could probably attest to this too, because you're very familiar with all the different social media, is you don't have to be on all of them. Find one that you really like and that you have fun with. For me, that's Instagram. For him, it's TikTok. We've literally brought in thousands of dollars from his presence on TikTok. And last year, again, one of our community values is community. And so every year we do a big food bank fundraiser. And last year through TikTok, we raised over $22,000. And we went and did shopping with Santa, dressed up as Santa. We dressed up as elves, and we donated whatever the food banks needed. And that's what separates you. Find something you are really passionate about. All businesses can have a innovation value or I don't know, an environmental value, but find something really close to home for you. And then see how your business can give back, even if it's just a little bit, and let people know you for that, not just the fact that you clean cars or design websites or cut hair, whatever it is. Separate yourself from the pack with your values.
Yeah, I love that. And it's really great that you're talking about that because, and Monica too, one of our panelists tomorrow, Ann Carr, is going to be talking about how she uses, she partnered with a foundation, and how using that to help her market and grow her business has been really fundamental to her success. And so super excited to continue that conversation tomorrow about finding a company or a charity or organization or something like that that you align with and see what can you do to partner with them. And one of the things that I found really interesting was that when I was a photographer, I was always doing projects. I always had some big project I was doing. And the reason why, as I discovered, is it's easier for me to promote someone else than it was to promote myself. So if I'm promoting a cause that's, whether it was about bullying or whether it was about human trafficking or whether it was about empowering women or whatever, I could easily talk about other people and other organizations than I could talk about myself. But it gave me the visibility that I needed. And then people started associating giving back and community and stuff like that with me because I was talking about other people and other organizations. So it's really challenging, but I will tell you, be careful about what you associate yourself with because it will become a part of your brand, whether you want it to or not. Right? One of the things I did once was I asked people, like, what do you think of when you think of me? That was the question I asked online. And everybody was like, you're Pug. And I'm like, shit. I don't want my pug to be associated with my brand. Like, I love my animals, but that's not, I realized that I was talking about the wrong things online. And so I'm wondering if you guys have any tips or advice on really how to curate the messaging that we are putting online and what to and what not to talk about when you are a business owner. Does anybody want to chime in with that?
I'll go first if that's okay. One thing that I really found helpful for our first business, and I still do it like once a month, is I go through the reviews that we get online, good, bad, whatever. I'm very grateful. We have a lot of great reviews, but, and this includes just social media comments too. I like to get feedback that way because it's usually, we get a reminder that's automatically sent out 24 hours after a completed service. And so you got that little bit of time where people, if they want to leave a review, good or bad, they can do it after they've had some time to think about it. And one of the things I really like to do is I like to copy and paste all of those, put them in a document and print them out. And then I just start highlighting common phrases or words, again, whether they're good or bad. So if they're good, you might start seeing like, wow, great customer service, or like top-notch communication, just like a really, Patsy was like super open and just I felt so good talking to her, whatever it is. And then, if they're bad, it could be something like, I really like the quality of work, but I just didn't hear from them enough. whatever it is. And I think that is so important because you can take those things and then redirect how you're doing things with your branding as well. I forgot the original question. I was going somewhere with that very specifically. What was your
specific? It was like what to talk about and what maybe not to talk about when you are building your brand online.
So when you're thinking about what to talk about, if you know what people are already saying about you, promote that. Like they're giving you free marketing feedback simply from your reviews, or ask people. Occasionally what I do, if I have, my system tells me like our top 10 or top 20 spenders, I'll call them and I'll say, hey, I just want to know, like, why do you choose us? What did you like about us? What would you tell other people about us? And then I take their words and I use their testimonies online. Like I had one woman say, you know, oh, I love this. It's better than a massage. I have used and abused that phrase so much in marketing, and it connects with people because it's not coming from like this marketing thing that I've thought about. It's coming directly from a source. And then the things that you don't want to post on marketing, personally, I try to avoid. I mean, I have strong family values, but I try to avoid posting like my child, for example, because I don't want too private of information to get at the hands of somebody who is either malicious or just a little too nosy. So I would be very careful what you post about things that can make you vulnerable. Where your kids especially, but like where you might go to school, or hey, I'm out of town on a business trip for the next week. If you have a very public business and you announce that your whole staff is gone and you have a lot of assets in that business, maybe post about it after the fact
after
that
you come back.
After you come back, it's a great safety tip. So I think things with safety, you should just try to avoid. I know, Elaine, that was kind of like a little off from what you were talking about.
That's okay.
But I wanted to make those 2 points. Like people are going to give you amazing information. And then also just safety is a huge concern of mine.
Yeah, I get that.
And if I can chime in, I would never post about anything with a political, agenda, because that will lead people down a rabbit hole. Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna, push people away, and some people will start ranting and all kinds of things. So be very, very careful with, social issues, yes, but very selectively, but definitely not anything political, I would say.
And that is probably one of the hardest parts for me, is that I got something to say, and it's like, no, you have to keep it to yourself when you're a business owner sometimes, because you will alienate people. But then I'm like, do I want to work with people that have, it's like part of your values is, human rights or whatever. Like, how do you separate those, right, from working with people that have completely different values or beliefs than you do is really, really difficult. Patsy, do you have any experience with that?
Well, I was just going to say that I love what we're talking about, having your business and who you are aligned with a nonprofit or where you can serve. And I'm in the process right now of starting my own nonprofit, and it's called WIT, Women in Transition. And I'm passionate about doing makeovers for women that are almost ready to go back to work or going through some kind of a transition who just need a lift. And so I am opening a store that's going to have gently used, nice clothing as a nonprofit, because I feel like recycling clothes is really important, right? I don't care about the latest brands. I care that it fits you nice and it looks good on your body and it's your right color. And a lot of clothes, so when I work with clients, they're going through their closets, getting rid of stuff that doesn't work for them. Now I can take them and give them, I have a 501(c) and give them a receipt. And then they can help me support these women. So when I do the makeovers in my new store, I'm going to have a studio in the back where I can do all my work. And now I can take them there and do transformations for them. And people in the community, they want to support, women, underserved women. So I just talked with this lady. She said, it helps me with my nonprofit. She said, there are so many grants out there for underserved women. And I'm talking about the woman in the middle, the working mom that's single, working a couple jobs and never has time for herself. let somebody sponsor her, somebody that
Yeah.
knows her and that she's ready
Mhm.
to look nice and up level her look, right? So I feel like that when you do align yourself with your goals and your passion, fairness. I believe all women
Mhm.
deserve to look beautiful and feel
Yeah.
wonderful. Because I'm tired
Mhm.
of the world saying, "Oh, you're not thin enough, you're not pretty enough." Like,
Mhm.
I'm so tired of that. So I'm going to make a stand for that, which I think is going to make it even easier for me to market myself. And I'm in a new town. I'm in a new area.
Mm.
So it's like we moved to be by our family because I
Mhm.
retired my husband. I'm 72. I don't look it or act it, but let me tell you, I
What?
have a short period of time to make a difference in this world, and I'm determined to do it. So for me,
Wow.
God's just
Nice.
opened the door for me. It's like I go up a go from God. And so now I can get grants to do my passion and support more people.
Mhm.
So I think, that's the stuff I want to talk about online. I am a positive, faith-based, believing person, and I don't want to engage in all that negative crap out there. So
Yeah.
if we're aligning our values for what we really care about in the
Mhm.
community, it does make a difference. And so I
Yeah.
think we don't have to buy into other stuff. I just block
Mhm.
people that are negative. I don't want to hear that stuff.
Yeah.
Keep your personal opinions to yourself about,
Mhm.
whatever, especially politics, because it causes division. I don't want to
Yeah.
do anything that causes
Mhm.
division
Yeah.
because it's out of integrity for me. Like that's my
Mm.
integrity.
Mhm.
I want a woman to be authentic. And it's
Yeah.
only fair that I have this thing when all of us women get together and serve together in some
Girl, we are
aspect, we
unstoppable.
move over world. We're kicking
Yeah.
ass. We're making
Yep.
changes. So whatever
So
our
true.
arena
Mhm.
is, it's exciting to know that women are rising to the top and we are
Girl.
move over
Yeah,
men.
we are.
So they either can come alongside us or they're out of here. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So we're
Yeah.
not competing with them anymore. We're our
Mhm.
own person. So I think
Yes.
it's just owning that
Yeah.
and being a positive presence wherever you go and making a difference. People buy into that. They know that you
Yeah.
care. It isn't just
Mhm.
about business. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you can expand a little, Patsy, on, you mentioned moving to a new area.
Yeah.
So how do you start over if you get up and move? Like Bonnie is commenting, Bonnie moved to Florida, right? And
I think
so,
it stinks to move, finding new people to work. You know what?
yeah.
I just made up my mind when we moved to Santa Rosa, which was 16 years ago, to be close to family because my husband worked at a lumber mill and it closed. And we were in a
Mhm.
very depressed area and I didn't want to be there. So starting over took a long time to find a place to work, to do that whole thing. And here, I thought, well, I'll find the right church to go to. That's a good place to start, right? And then I went to a couple different things. I joined the chamber as a single person. I could do it for $200.
Yep.
And then also I found a women's group that I aligned with,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So the first fundraiser we're going to do publicly, because I have to do 3, is we're going to do a gently used clothing pop-up sale
Mhm.
and have people donate clothes. And then I can color type them with the little mini color typing thing for 197. All that money will go to my nonprofit, right? They'll
Mhm.
get a little set of half fans and,
Mhm.
and I could start integrating the community about making a difference. But, the latest statistic, we only wear 20% of the clothes in our closet. So
Yeah.
people know they have a bunch of stuff they don't wear. Okay, let's
Mhm.
get rid of those. So there's ways that we can make an impact.
Mhm.
And I realized I'm the one that had to make a difference. I had to step in. My husband's perfectly happy reading his books, being retired. He's worked a long time. He's going to be 80 this year and he looks, 57. But, we're choosing where we want to connect with, right?
Yeah.
Finding the people, finding the tribe
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
making a difference. Now that I'm going to start a business, now it's going to make a difference in chamber. I was telling people I'm a stylist and a hairdresser, and they're just looking at me like, "Well, I already have a hairdresser." Like, so starting over is not an easy. It's not easy, but
Yeah.
I just made a choice to find
Mhm.
out where I could get started and make a difference. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think, sorry, if I could jump in, I think what Patsy said is so important just now. It's, like I already have a hairdresser, I already have somebody who does career-wise what you do. I think that's why it's so important to have, and you said it earlier too, Massey, like when people go to your social media or whatever, they're going to make a judgment based on you. They're going to look for a picture of you. Who is this person? And so if you're at a networking event or the chamber or something, and they're like, well, I don't really need your professional services, figure out what your values are personally as well, so that you can be associated with those, not just what you're doing to make an income.
Well, the first thing I did too was I started donating my services to Recovery Services Women's House. So I go every month or 6 weeks and cut their hair for free. Then I started posting her before and after, right? So they're the women I'm going to be doing anyway. So there's a gal that just got into phase 5 that's ready to be seen and heard, has a job and a car, but she's still getting her act together. And so I'm in the process of changing her. We went shopping. And so in my company, I want to have scholarships available. And $250 will go to us taking them shopping out in the city to buy underwear, new shoes, or whatever. But my store, they can go right onto that store and we can go to them. It's going to be so fun. I mean, I'm so excited that I finally get to do what I really want to do in the world.
It's a beautiful mission.
Yeah. And when your energy is behind that thing that you love, you just can't help but exude that online, and the people that are in alignment will gravitate to you because of it. So I think
about TikTok too. Like, I'm just going to do my first one. I'm just going to contact people. I already have somebody's donated $5,000. They're so believing in what the work I'm going to be doing. And she's telling a couple of my friends that have money. There's people out there with money. I'm not going to be afraid to ask for it, but I can say, hey, you want to help us support a woman? It only takes, 10 of you, and we can have this much money, and I can do a makeover and take this woman shopping.
Yeah.
I don't mean to go on a tangent, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
You're doing the thing and you're working with families. Like, when you're passionate about that, that's the stuff people want to hear anyway.
Yes, they do.
I'm so tired of all the negative. I can't even hold the space.
Girl, I get you.
Elaine, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm very curious what your stance is on branding, especially rebranding, because I met you when you were still a photographer.
Yeah.
And I've seen like this huge jump. And so I'm just wondering if you could kind of talk a little bit about how you figured out that shift, not just from like, okay, this is what I'm going to do to produce income, but like how you want people who already knew you, like me, to come along with you on that journey.
Well, I will tell you that it took about a year for people to realize that I still was not a photographer, right? You just get that association and it sticks forever. I was Elaine, the boudoir lady, right? And that literally was all people associated with me. And so it was very difficult to try to transition people from one industry where I can help, local people to an online business where I can help you no matter where you live. And it was kind of interesting because I started kind of doing it while I was a photographer. I started like bringing up like brainstorming and branding. And I was like trying to figure out how can I help people with this, using my intuitive gift of Elaine the Brain and help them with their branding photos, right? So I was trying to figure out how to like merge stuff all the time. And eventually it just got to the point where I was like, I'm done with photography. And it literally was me giving myself permission to change my mind, that I was ready to retire after 10 years of doing it. And just deciding that I was starting at zero. That's where I was. I was starting at zero. People had a general knowledge of who I was in this way over here, but had zero knowledge of me over here. So I had to completely like start over. I had to start over. And it was not easy. And I feel like after, I retired at the end of 2019, thank God, right before COVID, I feel like I finally found my zone of genius. I feel like it took me I tried on so many different things to really kind of figure out what fit and what was, where do I fit in and how can I best use my gifts and talents? It took me a while to figure that out, but I just have to constantly remind myself that I'm here to serve, just in a different way. I'm just using a different tool. Instead of a camera, I'm using a different tool. The outcome is still confidence. The outcome is still empowerment. I still love to teach. I still love to make sure everybody has that internal confidence to help them with running their business. I'm just using a different tool now. But it was quite the process. I mean, holy moly.
So Elaine, did you just keep talking about who you are now, what you do, who you can help?
Yeah.
Ongoing, is that how it's solidified in people, like who you are as a new
Elaine? It really was just, I mean, you can't just say it once. Mm-hmm. People, you have to say it multiple times. And then I, would talk to people and they'd be like, so tell me, what are you doing now? And so they want that personal one-on-one communication. They don't really pay attention sometimes to what you're saying online. They really want you to tell them in their own words, which is why connecting one-on-one with people has been so impactful for the growth of my business, is because when I can tell people individually one-on-one, oh yeah, I can help you do that. They're like, oh, really? I didn't know, And so it's just bringing that personal element to people. But just using my online presence to get people to want to have it, to talk to me and just connect. I want to learn more about them. And I want to know, maybe we can collaborate. Maybe there's I can send you referrals. You never know who I know. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, great question. But holy moly, it is a lot of work going from one industry to another.
I think that's the importance too about, you called it elevate your online presence. Yeah. And I think that's important. What you said is being online and knowing how to use it as a tool is so important. But at the same time, sometimes it can feel like you're just yelling into space. You're just like posting on every social media thing you can or your website. And then if you don't follow up and use those tools, like you talk about your automation system, like if you don't have those in place and you don't know how you want to use them, then you are just shouting on space, and people are still going to associate you with maybe what you did 10 years ago last time they saw you.
Yeah. And the other thing I would say is, when you are transitioning from one industry to another, have people in place that you can send referrals to. Like, I can still be the hero. I can say, I'm not a photographer anymore, but I know someone who can help you. Let me give you her number. Because I still want to be of service. I had a guy call me. I don't even know how he found me. We're going to bring Patsy back. She dropped off by accident, I think. I had a guy call me out of nowhere, and he thought I did something that I don't do. But I listened to what it was that he needed, and I said, let me look it up online for you right now. Let me give you a phone number right now of who you can call to help you with this thing that I do not do. So you can still show up and serve in a different way. I took 3 minutes. I was already on the computer. I took 3 minutes to look something up for him and said, here you go. Good luck. I hope this works out for you. And so he was like, wow, can I call you any other time I'm like, yeah, like if I'm available, I pick up the phone. And that's one of the things I think is really different about me, is that people I would get jobs because I picked up the phone. I picked up the phone. I was available, and I was available to help. And I would tell people, if I don't answer, it's because I'm with somebody. But if I'm available and free, I answer the phone. I answer the call, because you just never know. Mm-hmm. You just never know where it's going to lead. So, yeah. Monica, do you have any tips or challenges that you've experienced around branding? I know you kind of talked about, going from social media marketing to now not doing that anymore. So, like, what was your experience like going from one business to another?
I still occasionally get a lead that doesn't perfectly align with what I do now. Like
Yeah.
somebody who needs help with social media and just wants a LinkedIn profile background done in Canva. And I'm polite in situations like that. And then I say, yep, I now have, business strategy sessions, like bundles for helping you with your marketing direction. And I also do branding, but I don't do that anymore. And I, of course, connect that person with somebody who's a better fit. But since I told you guys, I only rebranded half an hour ago, so I'm still educating my peeps about what my new services are.
Yeah.
And some are from before, but some are definitely new. Yeah. So, and I think you can measure your efforts and effectiveness, how you do online, by how many good quality leads you get. Are you saying the right things and people connect you with the right people? Because if you keep getting leads that are not perfectly aligned with you, then you probably are not fine-tuned yet with how you need to talk about yourself and your services. I hope I make sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I know we're like getting ready to wrap up, and this has been such a wonderful conversation. And so I'm wondering, Patsy, would you like to tell everybody, where can people find you online?
I would love to. They go to my website at embracingyouressence.com. I have a complimentary discovery session if people's interested in finding out more. So that would probably be the easiest. I am on LinkedIn, and I do have Patsy Stylist at Instagram, but I'm not great at posting there yet. So it's all those things that I can't wait to hire somebody to help, because it's not my thing, right? But I love being able to talk with people and seeing how I can help support them in a session, and then see if we're a good fit. Are they ready to up-level the look? I think the part that was really interesting is that I recently read that people that work with an image stylist make about 20% more than their competitor. And I don't know anybody who wouldn't like to add up their income 20% just by presenting themselves with a higher level image that is easier for people to connect with. So embracingyouressence.com and sign up for a complimentary discovery session.
Awesome. You need to connect with my friend Bonnie.
Okay.
I definitely need to connect the two of you together for 100%. Bonnie, if you're watching, we got to connect you with Patsy. Chanel, where can people find you online?
Well, it is on the screen, which is such a cool feature. It made me feel just so professional. On Instagram, you can find me at Chanel Riggle. And I also have a website that I just redid. It's chanelriggle.com, and you can access my 12-week email coaching course that I am releasing on May 1st. It starts. And then I also have a link to my Motherhood Minute newsletter, where I talk kind of weekly about business, parenthood, creativity, all the things. So I would love if you found me there. Email me at chanelriggle.com. Hello at chanelriggle.com.
Yay. Monica, where can people find you online?
People can find me mostly on Facebook and LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn, a lot of posts and all that. So you can find me by my name, Monica Anderson, Monica with a key. Okay, sorry. My website is www.e-chameleon, and notice that chameleon is also with a K. That's a branding thing. So you can find me there. And of course, I have a Facebook business page. It's called Chameleon Digital Marketing. Is this a good time to talk about my giveaway?
Sure, absolutely.
So I'm giving away one of my mini branding sessions, which includes the Power Profile online assessment tool. So it's a few questions, very visual online assessment that basically brings out your values and your personality, and suggests colors and what colors you most associated with. And it also gives you a brand vocabulary, which is, I think, the biggest gem in there. So you can just have it printed out and reach there if you need to create your messages on social media and other areas. So I'm excited to see who's gonna win it, and then work with that person. And then, of course, there is a session after that after the online tool with me, so we understand what the results are and how you can incorporate that in your business later.
Yeah, I love that you have the K and the Camille, like that's all like part of, I love that. Yeah, I think that's really cute. Yeah. And so in order to win Monica's gift, I'm just going to let y'all know you have to be registered, because otherwise I have no way to get you the gift. So you got to register at elevateyouronlinepresence.com. And so I will be sending out a survey. This is something that I'm doing a little different than maybe other people would do. But as far as the gifts, we have over $64,000 now worth of gifts that have been generously donated by all of our speakers and panelists. And we want to connect you with a gift that you actually want to receive. So I will be sending out a survey and asking you, which of these 30 gifts are you the most interested in receiving? Some of them will only be available to our VIPs. If they are valued at $500 or more, only our VIP guests will be able to receive those gifts. But otherwise, and then I will record like the whole prize wheel situation and contact the people that have won that prize based on them saying, I would like to win this gift. You will go into that drawing in order to win a prize that you actually want to receive. And you can mark as many as you want. That's okay. But I'm really excited and just trying to connect people with the people that they actually want to like receive from, because I don't know about you, but if you've ever won something, you're like, oh no, I'm not going to use this. Right. And I don't want that to go to waste either. There's been so many amazing, generous gifts that I'm just like, no, we have to do this a little bit more intentionally. So we're going to put some intention behind it and do it in this different sort of way. So if you have registered, be on the lookout for a survey coming from me at the end of this, of our session today. FOMO Fest is going to be later this afternoon. We're going to be doing that at 3:00 Pacific time. And this is a wonderful opportunity. Some of our speakers and panelists may come back and hang out and talk about all the juicy things. Our VIP guests will be able to come and share about their ahas, their takeaways, anything that just resonated with them, and tell us why they should go and watch the replay, like for real. And if you are a VIP, you get access to the forever replays forever. I know. Thank you, Gina. Gina's love that. Gina's like, wow, ladies on this panel, you rock. So we're gonna bring Gina's comment up because that is a very lovely compliment. I love that.
Thank you, Gina.
Yes, thank you, Gina. We love Gina. Gina lives locally to me, so I went to high school with Gina. So yay! So
Elaine, I would just like to say I think you put on one of the most amazing summits I've ever been on, and I just want to commend you for. You are so detailed, and I felt so connected, even though I had a hard time trying to get on all the links. But I'm learning. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to compliment you because I think you're a rock star when it comes to really being realistic about us spending time with you and connecting with the women and even the prizes, finding out what people would really like to. That is. You're brilliant. That's all. I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I have really, really, really enjoyed putting this all together. And in all honesty and all full transparency, I could not have done this without my trusty 90-day Slay Planner. I joined an accountability group. Wendy Lawson will be sharing it with us tomorrow in the productivity panel, but literally was like, I want to do a summit and I need accountability. And breaking it down, and it literally helped me so much. And I'm not much of a paper planner person. I try so hard, but my brain cannot do it. But it really made it helpful to just break it down and just tell people, this is what I'm doing this week. This is my focus in getting it done and having other telling you right now. So impactful. I cannot take full credit for all of that. So thank you all so very much for being a part of this panel. I hope that those who were listening really took some nuggets away. Feel free to share those in the comments with us. And we're going to do our Scooby-Doo act and bring on our next set of panelists. We're going to be moving into our systems and technology panel, which, by the way, when I talked about the women taking over the world, It's all females in systems and technology. I'm just saying, I feel like that's amazing. We're taking over. Yay. So thank you guys again so very much for being with us. So grateful for you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to add, we got Kelly here in the waiting room, and we've got Tina here in the waiting room, and we've got we've got 2 Kellys in this one. You know what? On one of them, I've got 2 Jennas. Oh my gosh, you guys. All right. Thank you all so much. All right. Let's see here. All right. Our Scooby-Doo act has been complete.
I love it.
Hello. How are you?
I'm excited. I don't know about you guys, but
I'm excited too. I'm ready to
Definitely
out right now.
I will take any opportunity to nerd out on systems. So I'm pretty excited to be here.
Same. So before we get into the meat and the potatoes, let's do a little round of introductions. Kelly Tenney, do you want to start first and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So my name is Kelly Tenney, and my background is in education and curriculum. I've been teaching for over 20 years. I taught in the K through 12 space, and now am full-time a university instructor. I love to empower other people through education. And so I founded my business, Teacher Brilliance, where I offer curriculum creation and course strategy, helping people step into their wisdom. And recently, I've been expanding my expertise on AI and really recognizing that when partnering with AI tools, we can really focus on getting our wisdom out there and teaching our brilliance, because we're not getting bogged down by the work and the overload and all the things. So I'm excited.
Girl.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. Love that. Kelly Reynolds, would you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly Reynolds. I own the Reynolds OBM agency. We are a systems and operations agency, and we are total ops nerds. I love SOPs, and making them makes me happy. I'm that weird person. And I'm super excited to be here.
Yay. All right, Ms. Tina, tell everybody about you.
Good afternoon or morning, depending on where you are. It's afternoon for me. I am Tina Palmgren with Excelling Your Business. I'm known as the Wizard of Automation because I also love creating the SOPs. So Kelly, we need to connect and do some jam in there. And I love teaching as well. So Kelly, that's another thing that I would love to talk more about, because that's what I want to do. But it's really, my main tool is Microsoft Excel.
Yes, Tina is, she is the queen of the Excel. I'm just like, wow. I didn't realize that Excel could do some of the things that it does. I had no clue whatsoever. So we're going to be talking more about that today so that Tina can wow us with her Excel knowledge. Make it maybe a little bit more easier for some of us to understand and use. So are you guys ready to get into some meat and potatoes?
Yeah.
All right. Main dish questions here, guys. So Kelly Reynolds, we're going to talk about scaling our business, and we need sometimes systems, we need technology in order to scale. It is really difficult to do that alone without it. Like, really difficult if you don't have all of your stuff organized. So what would you say are some of your favorite systems or technologies that you can use to help you scale your business?
Sure. So the first thing I think is that to start simple. We all get excited about fancy things and how they're going to do all these things, and then we don't use them because they're complicated and we don't want to learn them. So starting simple, and even just having a way to track your stuff and a place to put it all will save you an enormous amount of time. When I'm trying to create content, or if I have ideas and I'm in the garden, something like that, having a place to put those ideas so that when I'm ready to do things, it makes it a lot easier to find things. We use Keep for my notes, Google Keep. It's free because on your app, you can talk right into it. All your ideas magically just appear there. And then we use Airtable to really track everything. And we keep it really simple beyond that. Just simple. I have lots of notes. I'm one of those people who loves notes everywhere. But if I like there's stickies everywhere outside of this shot right now. But using like Keep has been a really great way of organizing myself and keeping it simple so that I can keep doing it. And then I can create that process to move myself through, grabbing all those notes and using that stuff and creating content and making those processes really simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that for me, like once I think my very first, my big girl purchase, right? My big girl thing first was Kajabi, was the first one that I like really dove into. And it kind of gave me the confidence that when I did move into like a more fancier CRM, which is what I have now, it made it a little bit easier because you're right. Like we want to have all the tools and we want to have, we buy all the little shiny things. I had 13, by the way.
Oh,
13.
I don't even want to tell you how many things I've tried.
13. And trying to grow a business when everything is duct taped together. Yeah, it doesn't work very well.
It does not. I'm an online business. I'm an online business manager. So I'm managing other people's businesses, and 99% of them are usually a mess. It's like it just is. Like our businesses are a mess because there's stuff everywhere. We tried all these things. Yeah. And you can't delegate because you can't find the piece of paper to give to the VA to help her do something. You're like, it becomes this huge mess of chaos. So just having places to put things that you can go and look for them and things are there saves you so much time and money because you're not looking for it and you're not training the same person over and over again with different things.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's important that you kind of figure out like what is the end goal that you're trying to get to, and then which tool can you use to help you get there, and find someone that is an expert in that. Like you don't have to try and figure it out alone, I think is one thing. A lot of these, big CRMs and companies, whatever, have Facebook groups where you can go in. Oh my God, you guys, the Facebook group comments on some of these are golden. I literally just put in a keyword of how do I do this? I want to learn how to do this. And I literally find, and because you're finding people sharing about what worked and what didn't work, and don't do this, but try this, and golden. So if you're using
there.
Yeah. If you're using any sort of software, go see if they have a Facebook group and join that, and or a Discord or whatever they may have, and go search it and find the ways to do it. You don't have to try to do this all by yourself. Don't have to do this all by yourself. So Kelly Tenney, I want to ask you about using AI. So it's all the rage now. Right. You just did a wonderful summit yourself on Women Who AI, which was really cool, and learning about how people are using AI now as a part of their business. Can you talk about how do we use AI and kind of maintain our authenticity?
Yeah. And I know that's just like the biggest pain point. And really, I think what we're going to start seeing is that the people that are looking to partner with AI and not use AI as a replacement are really going to start standing out in their industries above and beyond. And everyone else who's like, let me just let ChatGPT write it and I'm going to copy and paste, they're going to get like left behind in the dust, because I think that's going to be the biggest differentiator that we see. And so I think the key is that whole concept of partnering, right? Like recognizing that AI is there for us to do all of the things that we don't love to do, right? Whether that's, create something or write blogs or create a table or whatever it is. Like it really has the power to do a lot of diverse things. But I like to follow an 80-20 rule, which means like minimally 20% of what is generated should be your own voice, your own story, your own examples, and your own opinions, whatever it may be, and I think of it as like layering, right? Like really recognize that like, it's going to give us a great foundation. I love baking shows, right? So it's going to like bake the cake for us, but it's up to us to put the frosting and the decoration and to like really make it our creation. And I think if we just always remember that like this is not a replacement, this is just to give you a solid foundation for creating content. I think it's going to be really powerful, and it's going to allow a lot of people to start generating content in areas that maybe they're challenged with, or that they, again, just getting rid of the things that they don't love to do, but know that they have to do in their business.
Yeah. I too, people don't realize that they're already using AI, right?
Yes.
Right? They're already using it and they may not even realize that. So I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about maybe what they've already been using and they don't even realize it.
Yeah. So any Netflix users out there who have, binge watch shows and then see on their channel, like, more shows that you'd love, or our recommendations for you. That is all AI, which is super crazy. And I'm sure most of us have interacted with some kind of customer service bot or something where we're recognizing that there's some automated answers in terms of just, generated to get you to the actual human. It's all AI. Yeah. So for anyone who's like, I've never used AI, I'm a beginner, that's not true. You probably have more experience with AI than you actually know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And now it's just, how can you turn around and use AI in your business in order to make it scalable? I have a chat widget on my website, and people can send it a message and it alerts me, and I can go answer a question for somebody, or if I really wanted to. I used AI in order to do this summit. I used this very cool feature: text your name to this number and it'll automatically send you back the referral link, right? So just figuring out ways that I could make it easy. What could I do to make it easy? And it's kind of like, if you spend a little bit of time on the setup to save yourself time in the long run, like spend 5 minutes now to save 10 minutes later, I'm all about that. Right?
Yeah.
I'm all about that.
And I think it's important too, like, I know ChatGPT is like the part of the conversation, but if you really dive into it, there are so many AI tools like, one of the things that I like, obviously YouTube is a great resource for business owners for everything, right? But like, I don't have time to sit and watch YouTube videos. And even as a teacher, as an educator, a lot of times I'm like, oh, I'd love to watch this documentary to get information from it, but I don't have 45 minutes to sit and watch it. And I just discovered a couple AI tools that allow you to, click on a YouTube video and it'll just summarize and pull out all of the bullet points of that video. And I'm like, yes, like that, this is the one thing that I want to be able to utilize, but it bogs me down in my business. And so like, that's just what I'm not going to learn all the tools. Like, we're not going to be able to be experts in all the tools because there's like hundreds of them coming out a day. Yeah. But like, what bogs you down, or what do you not love to do? I think finding tools for that is like a really great place to start in terms of like, how do I use AI for my business?
Yeah. One of the things I see people using it the most and realizing is, wow, I don't know what hashtags to use. Yeah. It'll generate hashtags, a list of hashtags based on the type of business you have or whatever. Like, I used ChatGPT to help me come up with questions for this summit. Yeah. I said, here is the panel. These are the speakers. This is their expertise. What question should I ask? And and I went through and I said, oh, I like that one. I'm going to rephrase this one, whatever, using it as a tool to help me save time. Oh my gosh, you guys. 60 speakers is a lot to go through. Yeah, it's a lot to manage, but it made my life so much easier. And I was just able to take it and put a little spin on it and twist on it and make it authentic, So,
Yeah. And even to spark, I mean, I was just on a client call this morning and he was like, I don't know what to name my course. And I was like, give me 1 second. here's 15 ideas that ChatGPT thought of, like use them, lean into them, mix and match them, right? But like, I mean, as business owners, when we have all the plates spinning, I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely, there comes a point in my day, it's usually around 2:00, where I'm like, I got nothing. Like I got no creativity. I have a list of things that I need to finish, but my brain is just spinning. And that's when I'll be like, what should I write a blog on? Or give me 5 ideas for my Instagram topic today, right? And I don't let it write my entire script, but I certainly will allow it to help me brainstorm and just to kind of spark that creativity back again.
Yeah, I love that. And one of the questions that we have in the peanut gallery, which I think is really good, and I actually just saw somebody talk about this, Barb on LinkedIn is asking about how do we keep our loved ones safe with the new AI voiceovers and scammers? And I actually saw somebody on TikTok did an example. He said, this is not my voice.
Yeah,
this is an AI voice thing. And so he's very all about establish a family password. Establish a family password. I'm wondering, Kelly, do you have any tips or advice on how, with every good thing comes people that are going to try to abuse it and do something negative to hurt other people? Have you come across anything around safety and stuff?
Yeah, I think, again, like with everything new, we always have to be concerned about safety. And one of I think the challenging things about AI is recognizing that the smarter it gets, the smarter it gets. Yeah. And it's not going to be always, its intelligence is not going to be always beneficial because, there's people that are going to be harnessing the power for good. And as we know, there's people that are going to be using it for bad. And that's the things that we need to think about. But, one of the things that I think is important to remember is be really careful what you put out there. Right. So like the more, for example, if my 12-year-old has a YouTube channel and the YouTube channel is public, anybody's going to be able to pull her voice and plug it into AI and mimic that. Right. And we already know that scams and things like that are happening. So when it comes to families, I think just like going back to those old basic, like with TV, like monitor what they're doing, monitor the privacy of who they're putting things out to, how, like just like social media rules, like don't send links out, only maybe family members or safe people should have access to things like that. I think that's an important piece. The other thing that Tracy Hawkins on my summit, she's a security expert, talked about for all of us is just, she says, stop, pause, and think. So like with anything, we have to question, like, is this a real person? Would the Kelly I know really say that, or really have been talking on this platform? Or, they say a lot of things like with images, like obviously people can Photoshop, but we're seeing a lot of like little glitches. People's eyeballs will be on their ears, or one of the big things we're seeing with like, Midjourney is that, humans have like 800 fingers and they look like aliens. And I think we'll be able to recognize some of those glitches also with that. I think that we just have to remind people to be guarded, to be safe, certainly to be mindful of the information. One of the things with ChatGPT is they blatantly say whatever you put into this platform becomes ours. So like, I don't want to put my entire family's bank account information in there and have it budget for me, because now that's all information for the taking. So we definitely have to be a little bit more guarded. And but I think the basics of safety always apply.
Yeah. I think that's so important. So we're going to move into spreadsheet talk, Ms. Tina. So you and I had really have had multiple conversations around Excel spreadsheets. And can you kind of share what somebody should use a spreadsheet for, like in Excel, versus is there something like CRM or whatever, right? Like how do you know what to use, what to have where, and the automations that it can all do? Like, I didn't know Excel could do automations. So can you talk a little bit more about what it can do and why might an Excel spreadsheet be a good fit for us?
You know, spreadsheets are quite amazing. And I've had many people tell me, oh, you can't do that in a spreadsheet. And for me, that's just like, oh God, I got to go figure this out and prove them wrong now, because that just pisses me off. Sorry. but it's just like, oh my God, Excel is just amazing. But it's not my only tool. But there are, like you said, you know, CRMs. If you're not ready to go to an actual CRM, Excel can be an absolute gem for a CRM if you have it set up right. And it's all about the setup and being able to know what you're doing. And I have to laugh because I'll go out and look at some of the spreadsheet templates that are out there. And I downloaded one just recently just to see what it was. And I looked at it and went, holy crap, what are they doing? You know, they make it so complicated that I'm really good with Excel. She had hidden sheets. She had stuff that was not, I'm like, nobody's going to figure this out. If I'm having a hard time figuring it out, how's your average little business owner going to come in and use your spreadsheet? You know, for me, it's all about making it simple for you and wanting you to actually use it. So things that you can use it for in your business, that, you know, you have a CRM, that's awesome. But what about testing your social media? Like if you have 2 different keywords or change up pictures or whatever, you can have a little form in Excel that says this one got this many hits, this one got, you know, this many engagements and different things. And you can track that to see what works better for your audience. Who are you engaging with? Is it the right audience you want to engage with? You know, so paying attention to that. Even having your social media calendar, many people have those out there. And I had to laugh because I did use AI today to download some of the things that for an online business, what could you do with it? You know, and it's all about really tracking and paying attention. Like you said, you don't use all of it. You put your own spin on it and you use your stories. So a couple others were just content analysis, you know, keyword research, you know, what are you going to do? You can dump that into Excel and pay attention to what's being hit and what's not being hit, you know, but the automation of Excel, I think, is what's really key to using Excel in a most efficient way. And that's where I really love helping small businesses, being able to automate that stuff. So take a 40 minute or a 4-hour process and have it done in 2 or 3 minutes. You know, it's some things like that people don't realize Excel can actually work on. And that's the fun part for me.
Yeah. My very first whoa, Excel moment was when somebody had made, this was several years ago, somebody had made a Instagram grid template in Excel. And so you could literally color code, make a checkerboard or however to see the pattern. Oh my God. I was like, she did this in Excel? This is amazing. I had, it was just, I had no idea sometimes of we don't know what we don't know. And so that was my first big aha thing of Excel. I've used Airtable, loved Airtable, and thoughts, it's like Excel on steroids is how I described Airtable. And I use it for different things. And then you just kind of graduate and you figure out other things that can help you as you're growing your business, finding the tool that you need at the stage that you're at, but always looking at the growth that can happen and how can we utilize, the systems and the automations and all of the things to help take things off of our plate. So I wish we could talk longer about this conversation, but I want to give you guys all an opportunity to tell people where they can find you online. Kelly, Tenny, do you want to go first?
Sure. You can find me at teacherbrilliance.com, but I am on all of the social media channels, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. So, you can reach out and send me a message on any of those platforms. And I'm happy to answer and talk way more about AI and how we can use it.
Fantastic. Kelly Reynolds, where can people find you?
Sure. Everywhere at ReynoldsOBM.com, ReynoldsOBM on all the socials. And then my podcast is Get Your Act Together.
Woo! I love that.
Love
That's super fun.
Yeah, a little tough love in the business world.
Girl,
We all need that.
Yeah, we do. Tina, where can people find you online?
I can be found at excellingyourbusiness.com. 1L, but if you put in 2, it'll flip you over there anyway. It's a little play off Microsoft Excel for those that tell me I spelt my name wrong. Tina Palmgren, and Tina's Point on Instagram. That was kind of a play off of my ex-husband's All About Kurt. I made it Tina's Point. So
Oh, that's
just
so
a fun
cute.
little thing to do. But I can say I'm from Stevens Point, so I get S Point, and he had no clue. It was fun.
I love that. Oh my gosh. Well, Tina is giving away 3 time assessment gifts valued at $249. Remember, if you want to receive any of our prizes, you must be registered. Otherwise, I have no way of contacting you to deliver any of your prizes. And be sure to, once you register, I'll be sending out a survey to ask you which prizes you might actually be interested in receiving. And then we'll do a special drawing thing in order to make sure that people are actually receiving gifts they actually utilize. So we have, our total has climbed up to over $64,000 value of all of the gifts all of our speakers have generously donated. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So I'm really super excited. Thank you all so very much for coming to hang out with me today on this panel talking about systems and technology, because I could talk about this stuff all day long. We do actually have one more question that, if it's okay, I think we got 3 minutes left. One of the questions was thoughts about Excel versus Google Sheets. Tina, that question seems like it's for you. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, there's a few different things. Excel is way more powerful and way more versatile than Google Sheets. 2, if you're using it for a business, Google Sheets really is not free. You should be paying for Google Sheets and Google Suite if you have a business. I don't know when or if they will ever come and start tracking people down, but depending on what you really want to do, for me, I typically just work with Excel because I know it gives so much more detail and it's so much more robust is the word I want to say. So within a table, I can have a total row. So if I filter, I can get my total to that total row of that filtered group. Google does not allow me to do that. So I either have to highlight or do other things. So it's more time consuming. That's really the main thoughts. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, that was a question from Joe, who is in our next panel. So here we go. Let me hide that one now. Well, the other thing too is that I think why, if I'm going to make a spreadsheet that I want other people to use or share, it was like Google Sheets was the way to go. Is there a way to share Excel where other people can be
Absolutely.
on it?
You can download it into Google. You can download Excel into Google. It just when you go to open it, you need to right click and download instead of just double clicking. Otherwise it opens into Google Sheets.
Well, there you go, everybody. Tip of the day.
Exactly. It took me a long time to figure that out. I screwed up enough spreadsheets enough times because if you open up an Excel spreadsheet with a macro in Google Sheets, it wipes it out. So you
Damn.
Yeah. It's like, okay, let's redo that again.
Well, thank you everybody for hanging out with us today on the Systems and Technology panel. I love that it's all female because women are taking over the world. Watch out, then. Love you, but watch out. And so we're going to do our Scooby-Doo action, and we're going to bring up our next set of panelists. And Be sure to register at elevatoronlinepresence.com so that you can be eligible for all of the amazing prizes and gifts that we have on this 2-day panel. So, all right, here we go. We're going to bring up the fabulous Ricky Smith. We are bringing up my girl, Paige Engel. We're bringing up my other girl, Cami Lehman. Everybody's my girl. All right. And then Joe, our dude, Joe the dude is coming in. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm going to start kicking you out kindly. I'm kicking you out with kindness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, everybody?
Hey! Hope
How's everyone doing?
Amazing.
Take a breath.
You've been busy.
Got a lunch break after this one, at least. All right. So this is our marketing panel, and this is going to be such an amazing conversation. I'm just going to have to tell you guys this right now. If you're going to listen to any panel, I'm just going to tell you this panel is going to give you some really great nuggets on how to help you amplify and market your business online, because this whole summit is about how to elevate your online presence, and marketing your business is one of those ways. And we have some really fun ways that you can do that. And we're going to talk more about those when we get into the meat and the potatoes, but we're going to do a quick appetizer and ask everybody on our panel to introduce themselves. Miss Ricky, I'm going to start with you. Where's your crown?
And see, because it's not a dot thing, girl, hold on. It ain't you have nothing there.
Put your crown on. Thank you.
It's a whole thing. Yeah, girl. So my name is Ricky Smith. I am in El Paso, Texas. I am a corporate trainer, and I own a company called Stratus Training and Consulting. And we do corporate training for large companies, small businesses, and for educational institutions. We do training for everything from it's soft skills. So, you know, the stuff they don't teach you in school anymore, like how to talk to people, introduce yourself. I don't know, leadership. So that's what I do, and been doing it for a lot of years, and I am having the best time ever. And the crown's just who I am. Deal with it. Yeah.
That's right, girl. That's right. Miss Paige Engel, my business bestie, would you please introduce yourself?
Hey, bonjour, everyone. My name is Paige Engel, and I am a visibility strategist and a travel entrepreneur. I love Paris, people, and pretty paper. And so I think that basically sums me up.
Yes. Paige and I are going to Paris next month, you guys. I'm so excited.
Yes, we are. And from what I hear, Cammy's coming with us next year.
Woo-hoo! Love that. Love that. All right. Mr. Joe, would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Joe Zeman. I'm the Director of Awesomeness here at Valor Marketing. I've been in the marketing space for about 15, no, maybe longer than that now, but 15 years. Started out in Yellow Pages and has developed over time into internet marketing. And I will say, for those of you who go to Paris, because I've been there before, when the hotels you stay at, it's not going to be your typical like shower. It's going to be usually like a bathtub with a thing that comes around the thing, and then like, yeah, it's not a regular bathtub, but you guys will have fun.
Thanks for the tip. All right, Miss Cami Lehman, tell everybody about yourself.
Hey, everyone. I live just outside of Philadelphia. I am a podcast extraordinaire. I am the host of She's Invincible podcast and TV, and the owner of She's Invincible Podcast School, where we help entrepreneurs launch top podcasts and teach them how to monetize them with their business to increase their influence, impact, and income. I'm excited to be here. So fun to be in this room with rock stars.
I know. It's so fun. So fun. So let's talk about strategies to leverage marketing to enhance our online presence, which is why we're all here. This is kind of a round robin for everybody. If you would like to chime in and share maybe some strategies that you have used to kind of target your specific audience that you're looking for. How are you putting yourself out there to find that niche of people? Who wants to go first?
I'll jump in there first. I tell you what, when you are looking at an online presence, you need to become an exhibitionist. Keep your clothes on, but you need to show up. I know it's me, girl. If you didn't know, now you know. You need
I've
to become
already
an
known. Love
exhibitionist.
it.
I know, right? So you're okay with this. You need to become an exhibitionist. You need to be everywhere. You need to get on your platforms. And because I do public speaking all the time and I teach this, I tell everybody, get your little hot self in front of your camera. Set it up, a tripod, get you a lovely ring light, or have your 3-year-old hold the flashlight. I don't care. Get online and do a live. Introduce yourself. Put it on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, all the things, because the more exposure you have, the more apt people are to want to talk to you. And like a good stripper, don't give them everything. Give them just enough. They'll come back later. Don't ask me how I know. Just trust me. Keep it moving.
Oh my God, Ricky, I love you so much. Okay, who wants to go next? Who wants to follow the stripper? Oh my God, Paige, step in here, girl. I know.
Sure, I'll step in. Absolutely. So, one of the big key factors when you are building your brand or, building your business is that you want to make sure you have that know, like, and trust factor. And by being in multiple places and, going to where people are, like they always say, meet your clients where they're at. That is a really, really big factor in how you build that know, like, and trust. And one of my specialties, it comes with affiliate marketing and, recommending products to people and recommending products that I use or recommending products that I know my clients can use. The only way that I'm going to get people to actually believe what I say is by establishing that know, like, and trust factor. Mm-hmm. And by doing that and being on multiple platforms or in different arenas, it's super easy for you to do that. Let's just give an example. Cami, tell us about your podcast and how building authority with a podcast helps you do that.
Oh, yeah. So, building my authority with a podcast is by being consistent. First of all, having the right message, tightening up your message and having the right message at the right time in front of the right people. And I think that's where we're not right. You can have all of that. And if you're not consistent or your message isn't clear, you lose your people. But also when you deliver a great, powerful message in front of the wrong people, your message is watered down. People are unclear of who you are, what you do. But the last thing and most important is consistency. You can't show up and not show up and, be this person or that person. Like, define who you are, what you stand for, what your values are. Put your flag in the ground and have your people come to you. And that's how you create those followers. And that's the magic. Really is the magic, is having that right message in front of the people and just putting the flag up. They will say, I am your people. It's happened, right, Paige? Right? That's how people go to Paris, right? Paige put her Paris flag in the ground and Here we come.
Yeah. I've been building this brand for 20 years and you would be amazed at how many times I get, if someone sees a macaroon or something French and they send me a message online. Oh my gosh, I thought of you today. Oh my gosh, my cousin's going to France. Where should they eat? That kind of thing. It's really about establishing that brand and then making sure you use the right marketing strategies to get it out there.
And I'm going to jump on that and say this. Are you a business or are you a brand? There's the mic drop right there. What is it? What are you? Who are you? What is happening there? Because it's the brand that speaks first. It's the brand that attracts the people and gets the attention. And it's the business that we use to provide them with the result that they are looking for. We solve their problems, but to the brand, when I do the same thing, Paige, people send me boxing gloves. Yeah. They send me clips. I have little tiny mini ones hanging on the door behind me, like that, because that's the brand. Right. And then the business comes later. And here's the thing, you can change your business and keep the same brand. And that is so important. And so while we're evolving, I'm guilty of it too, right? We get in, we think we want to do one thing. We end up moving into another direction that's better, or we love it more. And then you can keep the same brand. They know you for the brand, but you can change the product.
Well, and I think like Joe could probably even talk more about this, building that brand and having it on Google and then like updating it. is so important. Joe, what would you say would be some tips for that?
I actually like the Google My Business. I think Google My Business is just a forgotten way for a business to even make themselves known on Google. So everyone knows about all your other social media, channels and platforms out there, but everyone seems to forget about Google My Business, and they only forget about it and realize it when they get a notification that says their profile has been suspended. So it's something they have failed to pay attention to for the last, let's say they claimed it 5 years ago. They've never posted to it. They've never completed any of the services or products that they sell. They never, ever reply to all of the reviews, not just the negative reviews. So I think that Google My Business is just an unforgotten social media brand that everyone should be paying attention to.
You are
I love
preaching.
that. That's so good. I'm
Yes.
going to jump on this, and I'm going to tell you why, because I love everything that everyone's saying, especially when you're talking about your brand and your business. Because I do public speaking, let me tell you the easiest way to show up and show out for your brand. It is with public speaking. People look at, well, I have a business and I'm not really a public speaker. If you have a business, you really are a public speaker. You're a salesperson, you're the whole everything. If you're not leveraging your ability to get, like Cami said, get your message clear, get your message out there, then you're missing an opportunity. That is the opportunity that keeps on giving. When you stand up in front of people, you're automatically seen as an expert. If you get to stand in front of the room, everyone thinks you know everything. And until you tell them you don't, they won't know. You need to get out in front of people. I love, Paige, what you said, get to where your people are. Let me tell you where your people are. Everywhere you stand up. Why? Your chambers of commerce, your Walmart parking lots, your people, you don't know necessarily where your next client or customer is coming from. But if you're standing up in front of a room, telling everyone not only what you do, but why you need to do it for them, you may find your person there. And if not your person, definitely an opportunity.
So Ricky, if someone wants to get started in public speaking, how the hell do they even get started in that?
Yeah. I like one of the things that Cami said, get your message clear. Nobody wants to stand up there and listen to you ramble. Just because you can speak doesn't mean that you're speaking. Words falling out your mouth does not mean that you actually get your message clear. When I do with my clients, one of the things I have this PAVA. What's your purpose? Who's your audience? What's your value? And what's your action? So why are you talking to these people? Are you building clientele, building brand recognition? Are you, whatever? Who's your audience? What do they know? Are they single moms? Are they business people? Who are these folks? What do they know about what you're speaking? What's your value? What are your takeaways you're giving them? If you're standing up there and you're just going to tap dance and that's what you got, you go with your bad self. But if you want them to walk away with something that is going to remind them of you, like the macaroons, like the, however that thing is, think about what your value is. And then that last A is action. What do you want them to do? There is nothing worse than giving the world's best branding speech on the planet. And you're done, you walk away, and your audience goes, are we done here? Give people something to do and make sure that what you want them to do is what needs that you are ready, whether it's sign up for your coaching program, sign up for your, go to my website, get my free whatever. PAVA. Once you get that piece together, you're now ready to start speaking. Then the next thing you want to do is find some place to talk. And that sounds so hard, but it's so easy. If you are anywhere if you're a part of association, you have an association near you, that is low-hanging fruit. As any of us, I'm sure can tell you, folks are always looking for a speaker. Cami's a podcaster. Cami, do you have all your podcast guests done for the year, or are you still looking?
I have a black book. So I have a little black book because I have a school and I have students that need a bunch of them. So I'm always looking for great
exactly. And there are things like your chambers of commerce. Go to any association, find a school board meeting. It is not so much that you have to be on stage in front of 300,000 people to consider yourself a public speaker. It has changed, and we can thank the advent of the internet and COVID at the same time. I know why, because people figured out you can start doing things like webinars. If you're not comfortable being seen on camera, a webinar may be great for you because they don't have to see you. You just got to know your stuff. Do a live just like this, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. Public speaking is about talking to folks in public. It's not rocket science. And then find your stage, get hot, get busy.
And you can create your own stage too. Like, let's not forget that, right?
Yeah.
I did. You know, YouTube channels, everybody has one now. I have a YouTube channel.
So follow
I've
me
had
on
for 6
YouTube.
years. Right. There you go. There's your action. That's the A of the thing. Go to my YouTube channel, faithonfriday.com. You know, people have YouTube channels, and you can people will find you on YouTube. If they like your clear, concise message, if they can resonate with what you are saying, with that pain point, that pressure point, and the solution. Like I used to tell a lot of my employees back in the day, a previous life, please don't come to me with your problem. I already have enough of those. Come to me with some sort of a solution as well. Your clients, your teams, they are looking for solution-driven messaging.
Yes.
All right. As a public speaker, I can speak to your problem all day. Are you scared to death to speak? Do you have no place that you can talk to? Are you looking for people to? That's easy. But what is the solution? Start taking a deep breath. Start working on your exercises. Get your face, tongue, and lips muscles moving before you start speaking. Find a place that's comfortable for you when you talk. Like what? Find it. Do you see what I'm saying? People will buy a solution quicker than they will follow you around with the problem.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's so important. And I think, getting yourself out there, in front of another audience, podcasting can be a really great way to do that. And I know Cami has basically used podcasting as her marketing tool. So Cami, what made you decide to get into podcasting so much?
Initially I set out to build a webinar. I thought, I'm going to build this automated webinar. This was the end of 2019. And I was going to go to sleep and everyone was going to click on my automated webinar and I was going to wake up and have all their money and all this new business. And I went to this webinar class and I hated it. And so the webinar teacher said, you mentioned you might want to have a podcast. Maybe you should do that and then come back and finish this class. So that's what I did, really on her recommendation. And I loved it. Like, when you find your thing, the thing, right? Yeah, it. When you find it, you found it. And it was the thing for me. And I was so passionate and had been chasing so many dreams that I didn't even know at one point what I was even looking for. It was like a feeling I was trying to feel. And when I launched that podcast, that's what came over me. And that's when I knew that was my thing. And I'm obsessed with launching. I love things like this, like summits and launches and all different things. And when I trace it back, I've been doing that for years. But it was in that podcast launch that I realized my passion was right there. So I started helping other people launch podcasts through another company that I had been working with. And when they changed their model, I decided to start my own. And I could tell you that it is the number one preferred way right now of marketing your business to entrepreneurs and small businesses. I would add in as well. The podcasting itself in 2019, when I was going to do a webinar, there was 850,000 podcasts in the world. Today, there's over 3 million. So that's what the pandemic, there were gifts and there were horrible, horrible things that came from it. One of the gifts is, as we're all talking about in this marketing forum with speaking and all of that, is the gift of podcasting as a tool. The paid ads has really changed since the pandemic. You all see that, right? You're paying more money and it's less accurate. And so that's why in podcasting, you really can control where you take your message and who you deliver it to. And so that really, it became a passion and I love to launch people. So I'm like, we're just launching all the time and I love it. But it ended up turning into a business for me because I loved it so much that I ended up keeping my brand. As I mentioned earlier, you can change what you do, just don't mess with your brand. And so I was able to keep my brand and then streamline. And that has brought all the people to me, which is so much fun and amazing. And it turned out to be a perfect fit. and I love it. So
Yeah.
that's how I did that. And it's really working. But it's, I can tell my story, but I can tell you stories of my students that have gone through my program who have launched top podcasts and are just killing it out there in the business world with their podcast and just opening new doors. Some of them have launched new businesses because of it. So I highly recommend it.
Yeah. What would you say, like, if someone wants to be a guest on a podcast or wants to start their own podcast, is it now so saturated that we shouldn't start a new podcast? Or what would you say are ways that we can utilize podcasting to market our business?
Yeah, well, let me start with saying no one can do what you can do the way you do it. I'll go back to raising that flag again, right? Like, Paige could launch podcasts too, but her people are not my people. We're all, only you can do what you're meant to do. And so I think that I love both sides of the coin equally. That's what I'm going to say to you. Podcast hosting is amazing. There's so many benefits to it. You get to utilize someone else's community. When I bring Elaine onto my podcast, she's sharing me with her community and I'm sharing her with mine. And as long as our target audience is the same and we don't create business competition for each other, it's a beautiful thing. Because she's already got a community and so do I. It's a great way for new business people to get their name out there and get more visibility because they're being shared with other people. Being a host is amazing because people are paying all of us thousands of dollars to learn, but you get to invite somebody into your room and ask them the questions of the things you want to learn. You get to save your money, promote them, and learn whatever it is you want to learn. So it's a great self-development course. And then last, it really does elevate you to an expert in your field as soon as you're on a podcast. It elevates you. You become more SEO searchable. I tell people all the time, Google search yourself. Go Google your own name. Go into a different browser that you don't use and find out who you really are out there in the world, right? We know who we think we are and who our friends see us as. But, once you start podcasting, that becomes an SEO search as well. And then here's the cool thing. When people search for you or they search for the person you interviewed. So if anybody searches for Elaine, her podcast episode she had with me is going to come up too. So this is like a forever thing and it's evergreen. So those are the cool things about being a host. The flip side on the guest side, I love that too. You do have to still make sure you're within the target audience. The biggest thing is getting your message clear. Right? So we're elevating you. You're getting to be dropped into our community, but your message has to be clear. You got to clean the house, right? So you need a clear message. You need to share your story. You need to tell the bumps in the road. You need to be authentic. Stop trying to make yourself look perfect out there. People don't want perfect. They want real. They want to know there's nothing wrong with them, that everybody struggles. We just don't talk about it because that's not what brings success. But there's a time as an entrepreneur when we make it that we have to go back and help the others. And I think that podcasting is such a great way to do that, where we can share authentically the mistakes we made, what we learned, how we can help other people. And then we need to have a place to receive them. You can't have a party without a place to invite people. And I think we miss the boat so many times in landing that plane, is that we get out there, we send out those messages and they go out to all the people, but then our website or our landing page is not ready to receive them. They go find it, they click on it. I mean, and this is true for us today in this room, right? Like we're going to tell people where they can find us. We better be ready to receive them. And so we need to make sure that where we're sending them is a place where they can be received, so we can bring them into our community and we can nurture that. And then the other thing is share. Have an epic call to action and then share all over the place. You're going to, as a podcast guest, this is free advertising for you. You're not paying for it. There are places you can pay. And a lot of agencies charge like $500 an interview. So they'll get you on a show, but it'll cost you $500. But this is a free way that you can do it as well. And there's no free road, right? No free lunch. So, but podcasting can be a great marketing tool for guests to be able to do that. So I love both
Mhm.
sides of the coin.
Mhm.
And there's just those few things that are so important.
Can I share
Yeah.
about podcasts real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, Joe.
So if you're looking to start a podcast or you're looking to be a guest on a podcast, you can go to sites like podbooker.com and you can create a profile for yourself or create a profile for your business. And then you can reach out. I mean, you could type in the genre that you're going after and you can reach out to people and ask them to be a guest on their podcast. So if you're talking about like Cami, like you're talking about being a guest on other people's podcasts, this is a great way to go. Go into Canva, create your little thumbnail that you're going to put into like Podbooker, create your profile for yourself, put the links in for your business, and then reach out to people that you want to be on their podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And I only know because we have a podcast as well. We've been doing it for over 3 years, and that was one of the sites that we got started. We put our podcast there, and we reached out to other people. And now we're booked out till, I don't know, December.
So I recently received a podcast invitation from somebody, and they basically said, we were referred to you by this person, right? This person blamed them, right? It was really funny. I actually really enjoyed their funny email. And then when I went to go fill out my application, they were like, who should we invite? Like, tell us who we need to have on the podcast that fits this description. They were looking for a very specific type of audience. And so I know that as soon as I put those people, it was sending them the same email. It was all automated and I knew it, but I was like, brilliant, right? As a way to help you grow your audience. And who else do I need to meet? Who else do you know that I want to have on my podcast? Because it's just all about audience building. That's really what it is. I want to be introduced to your audience and I want to introduce you to my audience. Like Cami was saying, it's super important, and go create your little one sheet on Canva, right? And come up with some topics that you can feel confident talking about and giving your tips and all of the things. And just tell people what you're about and just start reaching out to the podcast maybe that you listen to and say, I have a great perspective that I would love to share. Paige and I had a podcast that we did together last year, and it was so fun being able to meet people in a really variety different industries because we were talking about living intentionally and how do we create a life by design and not default, and with our business and all that other kind of stuff. And the applications we got were overwhelming, but not everybody was a good fit either. Right. And so you kind of have to also weed out people that are not necessarily a good fit. So don't just apply to a podcast because you're applying to a podcast. Do it with intention. I'm just telling you right now.
I'm going to piggyback off of that. That is so good because when you're starting out, especially as a speaker, podcaster, guest type deal, you think if I can be literally everywhere on everything, that's going to get you. No, because if you're on, like you said, if you're on the wrong podcast, if you're on the Dog Walkers podcast and you're talking about internet SEOs, you've lost everything and everybody.
Yep.
It is important, like going back to Cami's thing, get your message clear because that is going to determine where you're going to want to speak and where you feel comfortable. And also, I know this is going to be novel, but it's okay to say no.
Yeah.
Dropping the mic, continue.
Right. We do discovery calls with guest speakers to be on our podcast to make sure that we're not just they're a good fit for us, but we're a good fit for them. So then you can kind of weed out to see like, well, the conversation isn't going anywhere. Probably not going to be a good podcast guest. So you're not just trying to book guests just to book guests. You're trying to book guests that are going to be, they're going to provide value, not really to you, but to your listeners.
I agree. I'm going to jump in on that too. I don't actually take guests myself. I have agents that bring me all my guests. So they're already screened and vetted and matched to my show. And you can do that when your podcast is ranking on the iTunes charts. And that's what we do in our school. But one of the things that I did, and I love that Joe brought this up because I didn't even think to talk about this, is I created a community called Pod Power Hour. And we meet 2 times a month virtually. And it's for podcasters, agents, and guests. And it's like matchmaker.com for podcasters. So I'd love to invite you all to that as well. It's totally free, no obligation. But if you're a host looking for guests or guests looking for shows or an agent looking for both, you're welcome to come and attend that. And you can find that on my website.
Very cool. I love that. Let's talk about Google, Joe.
Okay. I'm going to share about Google. You want me to share about Google My Business?
Well, one of the things I think there's an assumption, you and I talked about this pretty extensively when we're 15-minute call, which, by the way, you guys should go totally listen to because Joe dropped a lot of bombs of nuggets and tips and a lot of value in there. One of the things I think there's this misconception that if you have a home-based business or you are a home, work from home or something like that, that you can't have a Google My Business. And tell them that they're wrong, Joe. Tell them all the things.
Wrong. So with Google My Business, one of the changes that Google did, I don't know how recent it was, but you can no longer have a physical address and a service area. So if you're a home-based business, you have to have a service area. So one of the first questions they ask you when you're claiming your profile is, do people come to you or do you go to people? So if you are a home-based business and you don't want people showing up at your house, then you need to put that you go to people. And then you can actually put in a service area that you cover within 200 miles. So if you cover nationwide, you could still list nationwide, but if you put more localized, then you can only list out a coverage area of up to 200 miles. So if you notice that, let's say, Cami, let's say you have a home office and you have a home office listed and you have a service area and you get flagged from Google, not everyone does, but a lot of businesses do get flagged, automatically you'll get suspended. Then Google you'll be like, how do I get unsuspended? And really the only thing that they share with you is a link to their guidelines. They don't go any further than that. So they want you to try to go figure out what it is that you're doing wrong and how to fix it. They do have a Facebook group page. I think it's just called Google My Business with the little Google house that you can go and ask questions. If anyone tries to charge you for advice, then you're not on the right site. Right. I'm more than happy to help you guys out. My email will probably be in here. You can email me because as a premier partner with Google, we have an access to an email with Google that we could reach out to help push verifications through and get things unsuspended. But yeah, there's a service area or there's a home address for a contractor. One of the things that you can do to show up local is you could start geotagging. So what I mean by that is if you take pictures with your phone and you have GPS enabled on your phone or for your pictures, you could try this right now as we're talking. Take a picture, swipe up on it, and if it gives you the latitude and longitude, then it's already turned on your phone. If it's not turned on, I don't even know how to tell you how to turn it on. But what you do then as a contractor, so let's say I'm a roofing contractor and I cover 3 counties and I want to show up. How do I show up in all of those 3 counties? You take a picture, you make sure it's turned on, you go to your Google My Business. So the way to post it now is there's no more Google My Business dashboard. It's now you search for your business name. It says you manage this profile. You click on add an update. You add that picture or pictures or video of that project. And then you put keywords in for what that service is that you're offering, that you're trying to show it better for on Google in that area. So let's say I'm, like I said, roofing contractor. It would be residential roof replacement in city, state. So that city, state will match where that picture was geotagged. And then you put your little call to action, whether it's, call now, visit my website, whatever it is. And then you hit post. And what that does is it drops a pin on Google Map. So if you're a contractor basically if you're a contractor of some sort and you're trying to show up across multiple areas, you could do this little, like I just mentioned. There's companies out there that sell it. We only know about it is because one of our clients reached out to us and says, can you tell me more about this? They're paying about $1,700 a month for this service when it's something that they can go and do themselves. So it's something that's been around for a couple of years. Most people still don't even know about it. Just remember and make sure your GPS is enabled on your pictures. Take a picture or a video, go to Google My Business, click add update, post those pictures, put the description with keywords you're trying to target or show up for, and make sure you put city, state. So if I'm in Kitsap with Elaine, so it's like residential roof repair in Bremerton, WA.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So important. So if you are a home-based business, do not be afraid to go get your Google My Business, because you're really missing out on a lot of opportunities. And one of the things I love about, a lot of CRMs and stuff will integrate with Google My Business. So then I can make a post in my CRM and it will automatically go to Google My Business, where it's posting content, it's posting events, it's any updates. I can say, also post that to Google My Business and give it a button, a call to action button of some sort. Here's the link. Oh my God. Like, I just don't understand. It's just people, I know it's that we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So I'm telling you all now, you can post regularly, just like you do on Facebook, just like you do on Instagram, just like you do on all the other platforms. You can also do that on Google My Business. And it's just more keyword searching, add pictures, you can add videos. Like, you guys, such an underutilized marketing tool, I think it's like the secret weapon, I think, that more businesses really need to take advantage of.
Yeah. So every time you post to Facebook or your Instagram page or your Twitter or your Snappy Chat or whatever platforms you post to Google My Business.
Yes. So let's talk about affiliate marketing. Miss
Yes.
Paige.
Yes.
Miss Paige has been on, she is so fancy. She has her own Amazon channel. She can go Amazon live, y'all. And one of the things that I love that Paige has done is that she doesn't do Amazon live like everybody else does. She doesn't do it that way. She doesn't just go live and here, buy my stuff. She is bringing on other people because why? Audience sharing. Hello. Girl.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. How did you get started in affiliate marketing and like doing this?
So thank you for asking that question. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not ask everyone who is an Amazon customer, please go and find me online and follow me on Amazon, because that's a whole nother social media platform and social platform. And I do, like Elaine said, I have my own Amazon Live channel where I interview people and talk about our favorite things and all that kind of stuff. But it's about building that brand awareness and like sharing, showcasing other folks as well. I got into affiliate marketing because I love technology. I love social media and being online. And everyone would always come to me to ask me, what podcasting platform should I use? What, web hosting platform should I use? It came to me, it's a joke among our friends, is like, go ask Paige, because she's probably tried out all 7. So she'll tell you which one might work for you. And one of my friends in the influencer space said, you do know you could be getting paid for those referrals. And I was like, pump the brakes. What do you mean I can be getting paid? And she's like, oh yeah, there's affiliate networks. You can go directly with the companies. They may have affiliate programs or partnership programs. And I said, hold the phone. Let me check this out a little bit more. And she was right. Affiliate, influencer marketing is a whole nother subtopic of the whole online internet, e-commerce space. I will say this, if you want to get into affiliate marketing, it's perfect to be an additional revenue stream, but it is not always the only revenue stream, because what comes with affiliate marketing is that you need to have a large audience. I'm not going to lie. You need to have a bigger audience following you, and that they trust you, and that they, actually purchase on your recommendations. So it's a volume game, right? But what's so interesting about affiliate marketing is that it doesn't have to be a product. It could also be a service. Here, I'll give you an example. Let's say you want to get into memberships and having your own membership site. There are a few people that are out, some very experts in our space right now that help people build membership sites. And all of a sudden you see Elaine is everywhere. everybody's talking about Elaine's program. Everybody, you know, is pointing to Elaine. All roads lead to Elaine's program that's going to launch May 1st. And you're wondering, why do I see her all the time? Well, it's probably because Elaine has an affiliate program, right? And she is leveraging her colleagues, her friends, her counterparts, right? Her cohort of people that are in her space that know that they have like-minded audiences, and she is offering them some sort of affiliate program. Some of the affiliate programs pay pennies, cents, and then there are other affiliate programs that could go between 30 and 50%, depending on, you know, the price of the program. So you can have affiliate programs when it comes to like email marketing services, you know, like MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, you know, Constant Contact. They all have affiliate programs, or maybe they have them now, maybe they don't have them. You know, you'll have to just check and see the specifics, but some of them are a one-time fee that they pay their affiliates, and others are recurring income. So you can definitely build a revenue stream for yourself with either products, services, anything and everything that you can imagine for an affiliate. There's an affiliate. Like right now we're on StreamYard. Guess where Elaine got that StreamYard link from? This girl, right? So you'll want to make sure that if there are some products and services that you use all the time, or that you know your clients or you know the people that you serve that they use, go and check out to see if they have an affiliate program. Like I said before, some companies are direct. Other companies use affiliate networks like ShareASale or CJ, which used to be Commission Junction, and you have to apply for those types of programs. But if you have a significant audience, it's relatively easy to get in. There's also, not only from our side, like the marketing and business side, but there's also fashion and home and travel, like LTK. I'm also an LTK influencer, which is Like to Know It. You can shop directly from your phone. You take a screenshot of what someone has on, and it will tell you where you can buy it from if you like that particular sweater. So there's so many different opportunities when it comes to affiliate marketing, but you got to be ready to be in the game. And like Ricky said, you got to give them a call to action. Go here, buy this, try this out, you know, all the things. And with Amazon, I mean, everything is everything Amazon, from, you know, Prime TV to audiobooks to, you know, all the things. You can find something on Amazon. So like I said, make sure you follow me. It's Paige Ingle on Amazon.
So let me get this straight. I'm a guy. I don't shop a lot for myself. You said I can take a picture of what someone is wearing and it can link me to a website to purchase it?
That is correct.
Maybe it's too much to get into this here, but that's crazy.
I mean, and here's the thing. It's not always about, like I said, it's not always about fashion. Let's say, you know, you repair cars. And you have, you know, certain, like you have a particular jack that you use, a particular wrench that you use. And of course, we can find all those things on Amazon. So when it comes to like the Amazon live channels, there are lots of different influencers that are doing different things. I mean, there's a gentleman, he is all about his yard. So he has the riding mower, he has the hedge trimmer, he has all those things that he promotes on his Amazon live channel. And he does, you know, his kids taking the video for him as he's riding on the mower outside, and, you know, the rake and all that kind of stuff. And you can find all of those things on Amazon.
And
right. And we're not talking about, you know, like, you know, $3 lipstick. We're talking about a $3,000 riding mower that you would actually get a commission of that, a small piece of that.
First of all, where did you find a $3 lipstick? Maybe it's me and I've just gotten too bougie. I haven't seen a $3 lipstick in years.
Well, on Amazon, they have everything.
Yeah.
I do the $20 mascara. So I get you, Ricky. I know.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was like, okay, I need to go buy stuff for my trip. I went to Paige's Amazon store to buy my packing cubes, to buy my, you know, converter, outlet converter thing, like, you know, just making sure. And she has all of her travel favorites there. And she has like different, you know, shops categories of, hey, if your family, here's all my favorite family stuff. Here's all my favorite tech gadgets. I mean, literally created this entire store. And it's like, I'm like, hey, I want to buy this thing. Go put it in your store right now so I can give you a kickback.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and here's the thing, there are lots of, like, Amazon is not the only game in town by any means. But one of the things is that if you are continuing to build your audience, the Amazon Associates program is a way that you can do that. They, accept lots of people there are different levels, right, to their influencer program, their associate program. But for most of us and most of our listeners and our audience, everyone would probably be accepted to the Amazon Associates program. The program that I am in is the influencer program. And then on top of that, that is when you get to the live, being able to have like your actual channel. And then there's like levels within that as well. So there are people who are definitely making six figures, being an influencer, whether it is on ShareASale and the networks, LTK, which is Like to Know It, or Amazon. There are definite opportunities for people who are interested in doing that. And if you have the type of audience that I do, that trusts what I say, they know I'm going to tell them the truth, right? We had mentioned before that authenticity, then this is definitely something that you should think about and look into. And you can always reach out to me on Instagram or any of the platforms. I'm K Paige Ingle everywhere, but it's definitely something you should think about adding to your revenue mix.
Mm-hmm. So Valerie says you don't want to use a $3 lipstick. Our Mary Kay girl in the house.
That's right.
You don't want to use a $3 lipstick.
Let her know, Valerie. Let her know. I trained
on her game.
You can smell it. It's not good lipstick. If it has smell, put it away.
That's right.
Yeah. Way to go, Valerie.
Can I jump on that affiliate for a minute?
Yeah.
So we're using affiliates in podcasting now. So if you have a high ticket program and you want to create an affiliate link, you can go back to all the shows you've ever interviewed on because they're evergreen, and you can give the host your affiliate link and have her put it in the show notes, because people are forever going back and listening or Google searching for a certain topic, and your episode would come up. So I highly recommend it. And if you guys are going to be guests on other shows in the future as well, then that's something you would want to do. And as a host, you can have your own affiliate link to someone else's program. And when you bring them on the show and your listeners go and buy their thing, you get paid for that as well. Right. So there's so many things you can do with that. So Paige, I wanted to drop that for you to say, I'm sure you've been on many shows that if you haven't gone back and shared what you have with Amazon and these other places, really great idea to do that. But it's a great way as a host to earn an extra stream of income. And it's a great way for the guest to promote their high ticket program for evergreen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, it is so true. And, affiliate links are also on your YouTube channel. You will see people, if you've ever watched YouTube channels, they'll say, hey, description below of the camera that I'm using and all that kind of stuff. So people are really interested in it. And one of the reasons why I know Elaine wanted me to talk about this today is just the whole fact of, I'm pretty sure most of us or most of our audience and most of the people that we serve have a resource page that they have on their website. And that drives people to your website. It increases the traffic on your website, having those resources. And that gives you Google juice, right? That helps build your authority online if people are constantly going back to your resource page on your website. Not going to a social media platform, but actually going to your website. So I always encourage people to, if they don't necessarily want to get like full blown into the affiliate space like I am, definitely have some sort of resource page on your website. Definitely look into the resources or tools that you use every single day to find out if they have a partnership program or an affiliate network, because it can really add up. All of the little, amounts and totals can really add to your bottom line.
Yeah. And I think, talking about kind of like the affiliation and the monetization, Cami, like, I know we can monetize podcasts. Do you recommend that? Is that something that you recommend people do? I know people always think that they can, make a lot of money starting a podcast. And I'm wondering, how realistic is that for people?
Yeah, so there's a long and short game for that. So, the first part is where we started at the beginning. So we'll circle back to the messaging, right? Being in the right audience with the right message and the call to action and ready to receive the people. I teach how to monetize your business. So I teach my students how to have the conversations that draw people back to their business. And then that draws their people. And then I teach them how to convert them from loyal listeners to paying clients. So that's the first way that is really great for monetizing. The second way is through advertising. Entrepreneurs can buy ad space on your podcast. And there are many different places and lengths of ads that you can put and placements that have different prices to them. I highly recommend it. I do one that's just for a foundation for nonprofit, and it's my way to give back to a foundation that I'm passionate about, and I give that one for free. But you can do that, and what you want to do is look at your target audience and see what it is that they're buying, right? And that's easy to do when you do the research, and then see what makes sense as long as you're sharing the same target audience. Obviously, I wouldn't be advertising for someone else who has a podcast school, but I might advertise for a writer or a marketer or an affiliate or a speaker, or high ticket coaching program. So there's so many different ways to do it. And now they've even put up tip jars. So you can go into social media and add tip jars, and you can make video shorts, and you can post them on YouTube, Instagram, do all those things and put tip jars. And when people find value in what it is you're posting, they will pay you that way too. And then there's big companies that I have that I'm working with right now that come to me because they hear my show. They feel it's in alignment. I have one that is not an energy drink, but it's around focus. And another one is a teeth whitening company. And the women that I, follow me want all that, right? And so, but that's the longer game, because really with integrity, you need to try the products and, and do all that first, and then go back and, present whatever it is. The thing you want to keep in mind when you're doing that, like somebody will say, perhaps, oh, well, let me try it out once. Well, just throw that money in the toilet and hit the flusher, because in marketing, we're in the marketing room, right? And it used to be 7 to 8 touches, and it's 17 to 18. So if you have a podcast coming out once a week, you need to be selling a 6-month ad in order for people to even hear you. And you're going to hope that by week 20, they're like, oh yeah, she's that girl that has those affiliates, right? So it is a longer game, but it is very targeted. And as long as you do the research and make sure you have the right product with the right group, it is a beautiful thing. And I've tested it out. I had a guest on my show who is a fitness guru. I mean, she's big, written a book. She's got her own company. She's worldwide. And she was promoting a program, and I promoted it in my group, and all my friends signed up for her $2,500 program. I was like, don't tell me I don't have your people. They all just bought the program. They're all getting skinny while I'm sitting here podcasting, eating snacks.
And I would be remiss if I didn't also mention, when it comes to the affiliate space, that FTC disclosure is very, very important. And being completely transparent with your audience that, yes, I may make a small commission from this, no additional cost to you, but always, always, always sharing that with your audience is very important, not only from an integrity standpoint, but also just from a legal standpoint, especially here in the United States. So just want to make sure I said that.
I see that a lot on blog posts and stuff like that. Like if you wind up on a blog and they're like, hey, they're like recipes, for example, you go find a recipe and you're going to find affiliate links, and they tell you up front, which I appreciate, because you want to kind of know, like, oh, they're getting paid to promote that. Okay, it's okay. But I like to know. And
it's not even that they're telling you because they necessarily want to tell you. They're telling you to prevent litigation, because people have been definitely, called out. And here's the long and short of it. Many companies, large brands, have been using affiliate marketing for a very, very long time. If you ever look at those lists of top 10, suitcases to purchase, or the gift guides, they're pretty much all from like Good Housekeeping to Oprah. They all have affiliate links. So it is something that is so nice that we as smaller business owners or even mid-sized business owners have an opportunity to participate in that revenue stream as well.
Yeah. And I think it's important if you are a service-based business or have a product-based business that could you start your own affiliate program? And the answer is yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Talk to me about it if you want to know, because my CRM has an affiliate program. And I used affiliate marketing affiliates for this summit. Every speaker got their own affiliate link. Cami earned a commission because somebody signed up using her link, girl. Woohoo!
Oh my gosh.
Right?
Thank you.
I know, but it's like it can be a very viable way to help you grow your business is who are your best customers? Who are your best customers? They are the ones that you want to say, hey, would you like to get paid to share about this? Because we're like, I'm already sharing about it. Hell yeah, you.
Well, here's the other thing too, is that, people are going to follow you anyway. They're going to buy what you buy. You're going online. They're going to say, where'd you get those glasses, girl? Oh my gosh, what color lipstick is that? And who makes it? Where'd you get that? I mean, look at Paige's, the color of her top right now, like OMG, right? So they're buying it anyway, and they're not paying any more because you're getting an affiliate. It's not like they're paying the affiliate. I actually have an affiliate for Podcast School, and Elaine was a recipient of that. If you refer someone to the school and they come through, you get a PayPal. It's just the way it works. Like, I love that. I would much rather be referred than take all these cold people, right? I want people that are warm leads that are ready and somebody knows them and knows they're not a little cray-cray or whatever, right? So, I mean, they're screened and vetted as far as I'm concerned. And so I think that's important, and I'm okay. I don't charge them more for that, but I do pay out the affiliate, and it's my happiest day every month because it's such a great thank you. I'm so grateful for it. And I think we just need to change the way we're looking at it. Like, not us in this room, we get it. But I mean, the other people that are like, oh no, I'm not going to buy it because she has a link. Really?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
That just doesn't even matter to me. I'm like, most people know now when they talk to me, they're like, Paige, what's the link? Because I'm going to send you a link. I'm going to send you an affiliate link. So you may as well just tell me your email or wherever you want me to send it to you. I'm going to send it to you. But what I kind of wanted to touch base with Joe a little bit because, I love Google Juice. I love having my Google Knowledge panel that, I've created thanks to my exposure and building my brand. But Joe, can you share with us a little bit, how people are sleeping on the whole Google Juice and having that Google, behind them?
Can you give me an example of what you're looking for?
So I'm looking for people are doing Google My Business, right? How else can people build their brand on Google, like a Google Knowledge panel, or even making sure they have, some backlinks so that when people do Google them, or like Cami said, go and Google yourself to make sure and remove any errors, that kind of stuff. Like, what can people do to kind of help their business and their brand have the best light on Google?
I think some of the ways that you can market on Google, you could look at Google Ads. You could look at LSA ads or local service ads, which is also called Google Guarantee still. So there's a lot of miscommunication on what different types of marketing are on Google. You can follow different sites, like Moz or SEMrush as far as what they're looking for, because each site is different. So I'll have a client reach out to us and be like, I just read this article on this. Is this something you guys are doing? And unfortunately, there's so much information about what is or isn't part of Google's algorithm. So I don't want to give any misinformation, but I would go check out SEMrush. I would go check out Moz. Those are the two top ones that give out, articles and information about things that you can be doing to help with your search engine optimization. But
because it's changing all the time.
It changes all the time. I remember when we had this conversation 4 years ago. They changed their algorithm 652 times in a year. Can you imagine going to work and changing what you're asking for of your clients 2 times a day. Like, that's crazy, right? No one's going to do that. And then a couple of years later, it was like 350 changes to their algorithm. Some of the updates are shared into a press release with the Panda whatever, and then some of them are not. So it keeps companies that do SEO on their toes as far as what works and what doesn't work. What we do for a business for SEO, another company might say, oh, we're not going to do that, or we don't recommend that. So each company has their own secret sauce, so to speak, as far as what they do and how they implement SEO. I will say, as far as tracking, I think that was one of the little notes in Elaine's stuff to us for tracking, as far as when to start tracking. You should start tracking from the beginning. You can use Google Analytics. There's Universal Analytics, which ends July 2023, right? You should be switching to Google Analytics 4 or GA4. How the interface looks is completely different. So if you love Universal Analytics and you're used to it, guess what? You're going to have to learn something else now. That's just what Google does, right? It's Google's world, and we're just living in it. You can also track via, like, we use a system called CallRail. CallRail.com is for tracking phone calls, and it's for tracking form fills, and there's other solutions on that you can track. But the biggest reason we do that is because as a marketing company, we believe in being 100% transparent with our customers. So you need to know if what the money you're investing with us is actually generating a return. So it's one tool to hold your marketing company accountable. It costs like $45 a month to start to track phone calls. I think it's $50 a month to track form fills. And it's amazing to me to see, even in a service-based industry like a roof cleaning company, you would think people are calling them. Wrong. 60% of their leads are coming from people filling out a contact form. Mm-hmm. So it shows you the source where that phone call came from or that form fill came from. They also have AI tools built into it, which I haven't even jumped in to learn yet because it's just always changing. But there's
OMG,
right? It's always changing with bringing AI into it as well. I know that was on the previous panel, and and I think it was Kelly who talked about your AI, and there's so much to learn with AI. But just tracking, I think, is a key component to knowing what in your marketing is working. Tracking phone numbers, tracking form fills. You could put special codes in different ads that you're doing. Mention this code to receive this discount or whatever. Did I answer your question?
That was perfect. Thank you so much. Because I think that people get so confused because they keep hearing different messages. Like you're saying, different companies may, institute different ways that they're doing SEO. And then you talk to one person, well, my person says this and my person says that. I think it's just really important as business owners, all of us on the panel, we all know that you have to be adaptable and you have to make sure you find the right sauce and the right recipe for your business or to serve your clients. And I think it's great that you touch base on that because people need to hear that more than once.
Right. Because it used to be like some people question, like, for example, our contract. Well, you said you're going to do this. Well, great. That's something that Google was looking for in the algorithm 2 years ago. But guess what? They changed it. They're not looking for it anymore. So guess what? Now we have to change verbiage in our agreement that says these are things that we do implement. However, things do change. So it's just SEO and it's just always ongoing and it's always changing. If someone ever guarantees that they can get you to the first page of Google in the top, run away as fast as you can because it's not something you can guarantee. Clients ask us that all the time. How long is it going to take? I can't answer that question. Typically 4 to 6 months. If you're in a competitive industry, it could take 9 months to a year. For some competitive industries like roofing, like Seattle, it took us 2 years for a client. So it's just.
Yeah, like Cammie was saying, it's a long game. And I think that is really important as a business owner. Are you in for the sprint or are you in for the long game? Are you building this long term or are you looking for short term gains? You're really going to have to decide, what that is. Like, I really wish I had gone into plexiglass before the panorama. I missed that boat. But, it's just important for people to evaluate how they want to run their business and how it's going to serve their audience the best.
Yeah.
And I would say to that as well, do not discount the importance of consistency. This is all about marketing. We've talked about, one touch ain't gonna do it, y'all. If you said I did it once and it didn't work, you're not done.
You got 6 more months of good trying.
Exactly. Do not say I spoke one time and how come no one's calling me? They've seen you once. Keep going. I did my podcast one time and nobody, keep going. There is a long game. If you are, it's the difference between, you know, like Paige said, the sprint and the thing. I call it this way. Are you building a business or are you creating another job for yourself? It's your call. If you're creating a job for yourself, don't worry about consistency. Just get in where you can fit in. But if you're building a business, consistency is what is going to sustain you.
Yes. I was just talking about this earlier today. Are you a hunter or a farmer? Right? And a hunter is scarcity mentality, always hunting for clients, always on the hunt, always on the hunt. Whereas a farmer, you plant a seed and it's going to take time to cultivate. You got to water it and, you know, not forget about it. Like I might forget about my seeds, which is why I kill plants, not intentionally, but it just happens.
I was just going to say, you are no good with plants, not even cactus, but that's a whole nother story.
Okay? I killed a succulent. I have issues. They cannot be trusted in my presence. I have fake succulents now because I love them, but I kill them. Okay. I have a problem. And so, but what you do today may not have any effect for 3 months or longer, right? Everything you do today, think about what I do today will give me a result in 90 days. You can't stop doing it because it didn't work one time. You got to give it the old college try, right? At least 6 months. And remember, you're just practicing over and over and over and over and over again. We all start at zero. Nobody wakes up with $1 million in their bank account. It's that consistent, imperfect action. And my favorite story about this, if you've heard me ever talk before, is the Dyson vacuum cleaner. That dude made over 5,000 prototypes. He learned 5,000 ways that vacuum did not work before he got it to work the way that he wanted it to. That is 5,000 lessons, 5,000 it's just like, how do you give it? And that was 3 years, 5,000 prototypes in 3 years to figure out this is how it's going to work. But had he stopped, had he given up after the very first try, come on now.
I have a thing on my desk that says an overnight success can take 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right?
I got one too. Is that, you know, if you're sick and tired of starting, stop quitting. Right? Stop. Like every time you got to start over.
That is a good one, Cammie.
If you're tired of starting over, quit quitting.
That is so good.
Yeah, like man, there's, you know, it's all in the momentum, right?
That's
We
right.
create. It's like making a snowball. Right? We roll it around and we roll it around and we roll it around. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And we stop. It doesn't get any bigger. It starts to shrink. And that's what happens with us when we do that in our businesses and in our attempts to market or be visible or be, you know, discoverable. We shrink if we're not growing.
That's right.
Well, and if I could just say this, as a visibility strategist, and I help people get visible all the time on all the different platforms, just a couple things that I just want to quickly share is, one, you want to make sure that you're where your audience is, the people who are actually going to purchase from you, right? Just because there's a new shiny object or a new platform that's out there, make sure you're where your audience is and where you're delivering the most value. Okay. And then the second thing is be yourself and make sure that you're having fun. Because if you don't like to be on video and you look like this when you get to the camera, nobody wants to see that. Right? Perhaps maybe writing or even doing a podcast would be a better use of your time. Just make sure you're having fun with it because it's your livelihood and it's how you serve and how you are on purpose and living your purpose in your life. So make sure it's something that you really enjoy. And I'm Paige and I'm done speaking.
A little nod to Clubhouse.
All right, Clubhouse. Back in the Clubhouse days. Yeah. I love that. I think that's so true, right? Is that you have to like love where you show up. Love where you show up. I love showing up on TikTok, but my clients are not on TikTok, but I just love the platform and I love the learning. And so I go there with intention, not necessarily as I'm going to use it to try to sell my business. I might just be trying to help someone change their thought just for that one person just today, right? I'm not trying to sell anything, but I know where my clients are and I'm like, I hate the platform. So I'm challenging myself for 30 days to show up on LinkedIn. I've had a real talk conversation with LinkedIn. I told them, I hate you. I don't like you, but I'm going to consistently show up, and let's see if it will help me change my attitude around it. Right? So where are your people hanging out? And you got to show up there. You just have to. You just have to. So, let's see here. Hold on. Cameron would love to be a guest on your podcast.
So
Cameron was our speaker on our last panel or business development panel earlier today. He would be a really good one to talk to. Just letting you know.
Okay.
Just letting you know. Yeah, totally will connect you. So before we wrap up, holy cow, this has been such a great conversation. I'm wondering if you guys would like to share, where can people find you online? Since that is a theme of our show, is elevating your online presence. Where can people find you online? Ricky, where can people find you?
So my name is Ricky Smith, 2 Ks and 2 Is. If you can't find me online, you're not looking. You will find Ricky Smith on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and the whole nine. It's Ricky Smith.
Done. Okay.
No.
Paige, where can people find you?
I'm with Ricky. Actually, I would recommend that people go to their Google search and type in K Paige Ingle, and you can find all the things there. You can find images, you can find videos, you can find all the places where I'm at. I would love to connect with you. I live on Instagram, and so I'm always sending Instagram funnies to Elaine while she's always sending me TikTok funnies. So
it's our love language.
It is.
Joe, where can people find you?
They can check out our website, valormarketingllc.com. We also have a podcast too, Ask Valor Masterminds, and that's on whatever podcast player you have or on YouTube. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Cami, where can people find you?
Everyone can find everything about me and my business at CamiLehman.com. But I was going to pull the K page over here and say, Google search, she's invincible, and everything I am and I do, because I am a brand and not just a business. It is the first thing that comes up. So, but go ahead and do that. That'll be the easiest way.
Yes, I love that. I was with Cami when we were brainstorming that idea for the name of your business when we went to the Rise conference way back in the day, pre-COVID. Everything's pre-COVID, right?
Yeah. Isn't that funny? I know.
Yeah.
And I was thinking Paige made a comment too about, go wherever you're comfortable going. Don't be showing up buggy-eyed, if that's not your thing. Paige, I think what you said something, I think when you were here and we went to the TV show, you said something like, if you like to write, do a blog. If you like to talk, have a podcast. And if you like video, have a live show.
Yeah.
You said that, and that stuck with me. And here I am today. I was going to start a blog and I was like, I hate to write, which is why I dropped out of webinar school. And so here we are. And
look at that.
What you said, whatever you just said a few minutes ago, it totally triggered me. I'm like, oh my gosh, she planted that seed in me. That was 2 years before podcasting.
Oh my God, that was like 5 years ago. And so I was out by Cami and was able to be on a TV show and all the things. So yeah, exactly. So that's the point. It's like plant those seeds and they will definitely grow in the future. Just nurture them.
Circle moment. I love it.
And you know what? We got to bring each other up, man. We got to bring each other with us. This isn't a race where who gets there first. It's how many of us get there, right? Let's go. Like as entrepreneurs, we have a responsibility to go back and help the others. That's why we're here today. So hats off to all of you and everyone who's been participating in this, and Elaine for being the leader and doing all the hard work, as we know. Oh my gosh, girl, I felt it. I saw all those folders and was like, she did all this. OMG.
Yeah, but you know what, Cammie? You and I both know Elena at a different level. This is her spot to shine. This is where she shines the most. She shines the most with making sure that people have the systems in place with their CRM to make their business run smooth and efficiently. That is what her gift is, and that's what she's sharing with the world.
Yes, and she's here teaching us, right? And now
That's right.
anybody else who wants to have a summit needs to call Elaine. She been there, done that. But
been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Maybe a few battle scars too, right?
You know what? So far, everything is where everything. I just had to decide. No one's gonna die.
That's right.
Right? If something doesn't work, everything is figure outable. Nobody's gonna die. It's all gonna be fine. Whoever shows up is meant to show up. Celebrate those who show up, all the things. But I'm gonna tell you, I did not do this alone. Like Fran, my assistant, helped with helping make all the audiograms, getting my podcast up on all the places, and doing that kind of stuff. Because I said, you know what, just because I can doesn't mean I should. So I delegated some things that it was like, I can, but I'm not going to. And so hats off to Fran. She was on our productivity panel this morning, helping us with trusting others to help us.
Yes.
Right? That's really what it's about. You don't have to do this alone. And we shouldn't be doing this alone. So thank you all so very much. I love each of you. I appreciate you so much for being here. And we're going to be taking a 30-minute break to feed our bodies. I got to refuel myself. And we'll be back with our leads and sales panel. And then we'll be finishing it off with our social media and content panel. And then FOMO Fest at the end. And remember, if you want to win prizes, you have to be registered. That's just how it goes. So thank you so much. I love you. And
Thank you. Thank you for elevating our online presence.
Yes, and fun to be in the room with all of you today. Thank you for showing up with your A game. I learned so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Watch. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to start bringing up some of our speakers that are in the house. Let's see here. Cassandra's here. Lisa is here. Courtney is here. Hello. So excited to continue this conversation. Today is all about elevating your online presence and being able to, excuse me, got a little something in the throat there. Being able to help us all elevate our online presence. And this panel is all going to be about content, not content, leads and sales. Oh my gosh. The thing everybody wants to know, how do we get more customers? How do we get more customers? So that's what we're going to be talking about today and with this panel. And I'm super duper excited. So if you are watching this live stream, if you would like to ask a question, feel free to leave a comment. And if you have signed in to StreamYard, I'll be able to see who asks the questions, which is really helpful because then we can actually address your question as well. And then if you are interested in any of the gifts that our panelists have to offer, you must be registered to win. And if you have not heard how we'll be doing the prize situation, I will be sending out a survey asking you which prizes would you be interested in receiving. So then we will do a drawing based on all of that. We have over $64,000 worth of gifts to give away from this event over these next 2 days. And so super freaking amazing. However, I will tell you, we have prizes valued over $500 that those will be given away only to our VIP guests. So if you have not yet gotten a VIP ticket, now is a great time to do that. We will be, if you are a VIP, you can come on live with us and ask questions. You'll also be able to come and hang out with us at FOMO Fest, share all of your amazing takeaways. It's going to be a super fun time. So before we get into the meat and the potatoes, let's first do a little appetizer and have our panelists introduce themselves so we know who we're talking to. So Cassandra, I'm going to start with you. Would you like to tell everybody about yourself?
I hate being put on the spot there. Sorry, kind of panic there. So yes, I'm Cassandra. I've been in the digital world, since COVID. I mean, everybody kind of had to jump online there, right? We all had to pivot, and it was do or do not, right? So we kind of got on. I was doing some online work and then hadn't done marketing and kind of fell in love with it and became a whiz with the ads. I do Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and I absolutely love it. I feel like the data will empower you to make decisions and kind of know what's working, what's not. And I know it's a tough part for a lot of business owners because the data is what, like, they see it and they shut down. And I'm like, no, like, this is the good part. This is the meat and potatoes, like you said. This is where we know what's working, we know what's not. We can start like turning things off and putting your money to good use and getting an awesome ROI on things. So started my company and started working for some high-end agencies, started working for some $1 million like brand companies. And so I've worked with small budgets and big budgets, and it's been amazing. And I love what I do. So I'm really excited to share some of the strategies today, specifically for this group. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll pass the speaking. So sorry, I get so nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous, girl. We're just going to have a conversation today. So just take a deep breath. It's all going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. Lisa, do you want to introduce yourself next?
Absolutely. So my name is Lisa Rabel. My company name is Rebel Girl Marketing. And I see business development from both sides of the perspective because I spent 12 years in corporate sales. And then I also spent another, I'm not even going to say the number. It seems to be too much in marketing as marketing directors and leading the marketing departments for different organizations. So not only can I see what it's like to try to get the word out there, that's the proper word, at the right time, to the right people, but using that marketing in the sales process is a whole different ballgame. And it's about converting that know, like, trust. That know and the like is marketing, and the like to trust is sales. How to use it all in sync to be able to get that message across to the right people and get the clients you want versus the clients that just are willing to pay you money.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. We can be selective, right? Like we get to choose who we want our customers to be. So,
Absolutely.
Courtney, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, hi. I am Courtney Whitehawk, otherwise known as Courtney with a K. I am the founder of Confluence Healing Arts, and I think I'm kind of like the unicorn on this panel. I love that I was assigned to this panel. As the founder of Confluence Healing Arts, my unique signature practice is ground, center, balance, focus. Basically, what I help people do is transform their lives with simple tools, techniques, and tips to help unearth your authenticity. And I therefore help female why is that word so hard to say? Female entrepreneurs. Did it? I did it. To transform their business through clarity of soul purpose, discovery of authentic joy, and up-leveling your offerings through careful presentation, figuring out your presence and what you're putting out there, and simple speaking ability. When we step into our own authentic joy and purpose, that is when we will attract the right clients to us. And that is how we can completely shift our business into a place of total happiness and joy in what we are doing, which then begets more good business because we then are really in love with what we are doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was no accident that I put you on this panel. Okay.
I love it.
Yeah. There's no accident here because I think showing
So
up
excited.
authentically is so important, right? Like you can't be anybody else. You just can't. You cannot be anybody else. We were talking about that earlier today about how important authenticity is. And so, no, you were no accidentally put here, girlfriend.
Thank
I'm
you.
just telling you.
I love it. I'm so super excited because being kind of a provider of alternative healthcare and doing things in an alternative way, I love the vision that you have and the understanding that you have on helping people to have that technical support that Lisa and Cassandra are such experts at, but then also taking it the next step of saying, how do you supercharge that? Because we can have all the tools in the world, but if we're stuck in a world of FOMO and trying to be somebody other than ourselves, all the tools in the world cannot be successful.
Exactly. We need to amplify the tools with our energy, right? Like our energy behind it is all super duper important. So let's talk about some meat and potatoes. How about that? You guys ready?
Ready.
So one of the things that I think we kind of get stuck with is how to attract the right customer to us. And Lisa, I know one of the things that you use, which we had a really amazing conversation, and I was like, aren't we sisters? Like, what is happening here? Was around the pitch and how to curate our message in a way that's going to attract that ideal audience to us. Can you talk a little bit more about your pitch?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know how sometimes you discover something by doing it wrong a lot of times, and then you go, okay, now this is how you do it, right? So like after my decades, literally decades of being in the business world, I was doing it wrong. And I figured out how to do it right and attract the right people. So the first thing I want you to do is realize I'm going to get 2 words out of your head: sales and elevator. It's not a sales pitch. It's not an elevator pitch. We're going to start calling it a power pitch. Because just like in baseball, those are the ones that make the most impact, right? So you're not going to sell anything to anybody in the first 30 seconds that you meet them. So we're going to stop calling it a sales pitch. and nobody's really riding elevators anymore because nobody talks to each other. They're all looking at their phone. So we're going to stop calling it an elevator pitch because nobody's pitching in elevators either. So a power pitch is simply made of 3 different things. The first thing it is it's not selling. You don't sell, you inform. And the second thing is that it needs to be such a powerful statement that people want to learn more about it and they're attracted to it. And they're going to go, oh, that's interesting. Like, tell me more. And that comes number 3. Your power pitch is simply there to start a conversation. You know, if somebody says, what do you do? And you keep talking for like the next 2 minutes, they're not listening to you. I'm sorry. People have an 8-second attention span. It needs to be a power pitch and it needs to start a conversation. That's it. Just say something that is so intriguing that shows how you solve a problem, or it shows how you provide a solution to something. And then they go, that's cool. Tell me more. Because you're not always selling to the person. You're not always pitching to the person you're standing in front of you. Sometimes it's that Rolodex, or I'm dating myself, as I like to say, the CRM in their head of all the people that they're thinking about. That might not apply to them, but it might apply to somebody that they know. So it's to inform, not to sell. That's the rule number 1.
I love that. And I think one of the things that you and I had kind of talked about are some of the key elements, right? But how do you translate that into online, right? So if you're in person and you are having that great conversation, that's super awesome. But what about when it comes to sharing about yourself online in order to attract your ideal customer to you?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. You say something so intriguing that they want to learn more about you. So I have 2 different pitches that I use pretty often. The first one's extremely casual, and it's just, I'm the Nanny McPhee of marketing. And they go, what? First of all, I'm waiting for Disney to catch up with me. But what people always say is like, either they go, who's Nanny McPhee? Or they like laugh and they go, that's pretty funny. How does that apply? And I say, well, first of all, I turn their ugly marketing into beautiful marketing. But I also only help my clients until they need me, and then I'm gone. They don't need me forever. I teach a man to market, teach a man to fish, kind of a concept. And then I have another one that's my job is to make sure that when your customers and prospects need what you sell, they think of you first. Most business owners can relate to that. It's brand awareness. It's all of those types of things. So it's the same online as it is in person, because the same thing happens is that 8-second attention span happens online just like it does in person. So you in person, so it's a little harder because you're standing right in front of them, and online you can kind of be like checking your phone under the screen so they can't tell and things like that, right? So you just have to be so intriguing that they want to talk.
Okay. All right. So Courtney, let's bring in authenticity into this conversation, right? So showing up as your authentic self online can be really scary, right? And some people may see other people doing something and they think that that's what they have to do. How do you feel about that? Like, what are some tips and guidance you can give us on how to show up?
I love what you just said, because you tapped into the vulnerability piece. And you also tapped into the FOMO piece. And I love that the little festival after is FOMO festival, because I'm the anti-FOMO girl. FOMO is like the worst motivator for people. So, but I love the name. I see what you did there with the name. But the thing is, with being vulnerable and becoming authentic, the first piece of that is being in right relationship with ourself. And that fear piece goes away. Because when you are fully yourself and you are fully in love with yourself and who you are and who your gifts are, and who your gifts are, what they are, then that fear goes away, because you then know that you have fully stepped into your gifts. You have stepped into your soul purpose, and you are leading from the heart. You are working from the center. And for me, yes, I don't know who's listening right now. And that's a little scary. And Cassandra mentioned before, of course those nerves are going to be there, right? But it's a supercharged, excited version of yourself, because you know that when you put yourself out there, that it is why you are here living this life, and you are moving in perfect trajectory, in right relationship with who you really and truly are. And so the fear is that you can be vulnerable, but in such a beautiful way. And when we do that, when we show up, we can step away from the FOMO. We can get away from the distractions that steal our focus from who and what we're supposed to be. And there's so many ways to hone in on this. It's knowing what your priorities are. It's knowing what your values are. It's being very clear with what your goals are. And when you're setting those and really doing that self-reflection, it's important to not take inspiration from others, because you say, oh my gosh, this person is doing that and she's doing it so well. Well, why is she doing it so well? Because it's her sole purpose, right? And so it's important to not do that whole FOMO thing. We really want everything that we present to the world, from the colors and fonts that we choose, from the photographs that are behind us right now, to represent our authentic soul purpose. So that a person is like, hey, I like that energy. It's what Leisha just said about being so intriguing. You become like this curiosity to someone, and it doesn't even matter if it's like she said, that Rolodex. I'm dating myself too, Lisa.
I remember Rolodexes. Okay.
Yes. So that person is saying, wow, I need to introduce my cousin Marie to Courtney. My cousin Marie, because then they automatically know, and they feel that energy that you are vibrating at, right? If we're vibrating with our authentic soul purpose, then there's no mistake as to who we are and the joy we carry, or what our energy signature is. And it becomes a subconscious connection that is happening.
Yeah.
So that the words you say actually become less important than the essence of who you are that's coming out. So in essence, what I'm saying is, we get so hung up on what we're going to do that we forget that we're human beings. Who are we meant to be? And we live, Tony Robbins calls it the tyranny of the how. Get beyond the how.
Yeah.
We need to step into who we are being.
Yeah. Yeah. The do versus be. I love that.
Yeah.
One of the things you said that kind of,
yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that you kind of said that resonated with me was, I struggled for the longest time with, I love profanity.
Oh, I do too.
I love profanity.
I won't do it now.
And I had this, like, the fear of, I'm going to offend people. And what I actually realized was that it actually helped me attract the right people to me, that allowed me to be who I really am. And that I didn't have to tone it down. I didn't have to be fake. I could let an F-bomb slip if it called for one, and I didn't have to, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't want to live in that kind of space. So I started swearing online.
There you go.
I wanted to attract people to me that were okay with it.
Because that's who you are, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And here's the beauty of it. Here's what happens. When you are authentically yourself, you will attract clients to you that are the right clients. And so sometimes when I'm working with people to empower them in their business, they say, oh, my work is hard, and I have this one client who's a real pain in the butt. And I'm saying to them, but you attracted that client with the marketing you chose, with the words you chose, and the energy that you put out. And if you are in alignment and authenticity with yourself, do you know what? I don't have crappy clients. I don't have clients that are a pain in my butt. I have clients that I adore. I am in love with my clients. And guess what? They are in love with me. The clients that I don't have, are in love with somebody else.
Yeah.
Right? Because so when we have the wrong clients or what feels like things are not energetically working and things feel heavy or difficult, that is a sure sign that we are not in alignment with our own authenticity.
Yep. Yes. Yes. Lisa, I saw you shaking your head. Yes. Did you want to add to that?
Well, and I believe the same thing. So like when we first start our business, we take anybody who's going to give us money, right? Because we don't know actually what's going on. So yeah, it's like, you're going to pay me? Okay, good. I don't care who you are. Just let me get some money. But as you go along in your business, you start to realize what that is. And so I'm a big person of assessments and evaluations. So like I know my strengths finders. I know my DISC profile. I know my PI. I know all of those kinds of things because it helps me form my values. And I think your value alignment is so important when it comes to the right clients, because I happen to like a little bit of a swear word every once in a while myself. But at the same time, I also ask questions that if the people don't like the questions that I ask in the prospect meeting, they're not my ideal client.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had one guy that I was like this close. I'm like, yeah, he's not going to be my client. But I asked him to do something. And he did it. And I said, how did you feel after that? And he said, I felt really good. I should have done that a long time ago and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, then I will take you on as a client, because he was real and he was authentic, and I know he was coachable. So you have to, that's the part about sales, is that you have to have the same adult relationship, and it has to be mutual beneficial. If you're not winning out because you discounted your services and the client's over you, that's not a good relationship. And if you're making so much money, the client's not getting the value, that's not a good relationship either. So it's all about that mutually beneficial conversation and contract and relationship you have with those clients. So yeah, I'm 1000% agreeing with you.
Totally.
I love that. Yeah. Cassandra, I was going to ask you, like, chime in here.
I had a client that we did this exact. So I do ads, right? But she came in, I'm like, this is what you need to do. And I coached her through that. I'm like, you need to create a video and you need to speak exactly to your people. So she was a Latina, she was a doctor, she was, we narrowed down exactly what she needed to have in her video. And I'm like, you need to reject people, you need to call out people, you need to be so honed in. Her video, we were just running it for like $2 a day for, I don't know, months and months. It was so on point that her people were stalking her and finding her on LinkedIn. They were finding her on all the places. She's like, I don't know what to do, for a $2 a day campaign. And it was blowing up on her. Like, they loved her, and it resonated so much with her people that they were going out of their way to go find her organically, just from having seen this video, from having been impacted by what she was saying. And that was, like, that is the kind of people that you want knocking on your door. And it just took that time to build out that video, to really do that thought. I mean, we always hear that ideal client avatar, but no, like, you need to know them so well that you know exactly who's not in there. And then you speak to them. You need to speak to where they're at right now. You need to speak to the version of them that's been to hire you, that's ready to make those changes, and not, the earlier version of them that's kind of still struggling and thinking it's everybody else's fault. No, I'm doing it. You need to speak to the right time that in their journey of your ideal client avatar. Like, that is how well you need to know them. And if you do that, a $2 video, I mean, knocking down your door. It was so crazy. Yeah. So yes, absolutely. 100%. I think if you do that and then you put a little ad spend behind it, like flames. Yeah.
So Cassandra, like, how have you helped businesses kind of elevate their online presence, like with ads and stuff like that? Like, I love that you were sharing about, a client success story and kind of how it could be really affordable to find clients online.
That is probably my favorite way to do this with ads, because it's attainable for everybody. Everybody who's going out there and doing it, usually they're kind of playing with the boosting, they're doing this. But if you can marry it with what you guys are talking about and having something that resonates with your people, and you can have something that makes you relatable, that makes you stand out, that makes your offer, that makes you different, like embrace it. I'm a dog lover and not so much cats. Like I collect cookbooks, but I never freaking open them, you know? Something like that makes you just different. Those two may be true, but still, you want to stand out. You want to be relatable. You want to be someone that is going to stand out and be top of mind. And if you can put in the work to make those kind of pieces of content, and we can put some ad spend behind them and target the people that you want in your circle, that you want in your space, then we can absolutely do that for a couple bucks a day. And there's a couple strategies, not strategies, but I'm trying to think of the word. So like buckets of content. So one of them is your authority, right? So your credentials, whatever it is, your awards, your, if you're certified in this or you did this, your testimonials could be another one. Like that, my little cookbook collection that I never opened, like that makes you relatable, right? It doesn't even have anything to do with my marketing, but it humanizes me. And it makes, if they were walking into a store full of ad managers, my loaf of bread will look a little different, and it makes them see all the other loaves of bread and mine stands out. So that's two of them. I'm trying to think. I have my notes. Give me a second. So yes, your authority, your likability, have something related to that. There's also a method in which I like to back these up so that you're feeding people, in the first time, little chunk of time, they'll get one of them. And then a certain time period later, they'll get the next one. So that creates the next one, which is that omnipresent one. This is how you become where you stand out in that crowded market, because you're in their newsfeed, you're in their video feed all the time. They're like, oh, I know Elaine, I see her all the time. She's always throwing that F-bomb. She made me crack up last time. It has nothing to do with you, what your business is, but they remember you. Like I remember you because of your lipstick and your red hair. I know it stands out. And so stuff like that, like that's how we start. It takes 7 to 12 touch points before someone might even reach out. And right now we have, the attention economy, where we have such short little time spans. And so you need to be in front of people all the time. And so for smaller businesses where maybe our budget's not as big, this is a great strategy to use. And you don't need to have all of these different buckets up at once. If you've got one, put that out there. As soon as you get the other one, get another one out there and start building up that audience. And you might see people knocking down your doors like, hey, I see you all the time. Like you're always in my newsfeed, because they'll engage with your content organically in Facebook or in your email or on your website. And Facebook will be, oh, you like them. Let me send you some of their ads. And so what happens? You're right back in front of their face again. They're like, leave me alone. So it's for us, right? And so absolutely, that's one of my favorite things. And I use this with even clients that don't have a website yet, because they have their page. We're building up data on their pixel. We're building up all of that stuff, and they can start. I'm like, just start a video. And I use that particular client because I started with her over like a year ago. I think we started that in Q4 of, I forget what year. And so that was one of my favorite things, because that was never the intention for her to get sales. I'm like, look, we were going to build up an audience to retarget, but she had people coming down her door instead. And I'm like, that is so golden. I'm like, that's exactly what we wanted. And I'm like, this is what happens when X, Y, Z are on point.
Yes.
And so it was awesome. And I love that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would totally recommend something like that for a smaller business. You don't have to go for the high cost conversion ads. Sometimes we're not ready for that, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
They're expensive as heck. Like to run a launch, to run this, I mean, you might be out $1,000 and you don't know if it's going to convert on the other end. And
right.
Make money back.
Yeah.
But $5 a day, for these ads, and you know that these people are continuing to grow, and you know you can put an offer in front of them, and you know they're going to be there for at least a year with the video pixel and stuff, and you can continue to add, and you'll be able to see that. And I don't know, I think that's the one that I love absolutely the most for every business. I've used it on the bigger clients, and I've used it for clients without a website even. So everybody fit into that one.
Nice. One thing I wonder, I think that, is what do we do once we attract them, and now we have to have the conversation, right? Or there's the process of, are we a good fit to do business together? So I'd love to ask each of you, do you have secret sauce that you use to have those conversations to convert clients into customers or convert prospects into customers? Lisa, I see your head shaking. Yes.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things. First of all, it's a mindset. I think we need to take the scariness out of selling, because my rebel mind, I have this hashtag rebel mindset that I do. And it's that marketing is simply storytelling. And selling is simply telling that story to other people. Where people get confused and like irritated is that they don't know their story. And I think that's the part that people get tied up on. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've met said, I don't mind networking, but I hate the question, so what do you do? And I always say, well, do you not know what you do? Like, they're like, yeah, but I don't know how to say it. So they don't know their story is literally what that is. And so that's why the power of your pitch training that I do is it helps them like define that, like put that into words and put that into a sequence. It's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you got to pitch. And so, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. So the other thing I do is I have what's called the discovery paper, and my discovery paper has a lot of questions on it. So it's BANT. Has anybody heard of BANT before? IBM invented it a while ago, and it stands for budget, authority, need, and timing. So the budget is questions, not like how much money you got. It's not the budget question. The question is like, how much have you spent on this before, to find out if they've even done it before. And so like, or do you feel like you're getting your value on what you're spending it right now? Because then you can find out if they're upset with the people that they have. Authority is sometimes you're talking to a prospect, there's 2, 3, 4, 5 other people on the committee that also need to approve it. So like the authority question is something along the lines of who else needs to be in this conversation for us to move to the next step of our process, right? The need aspect is how long has this been a problem? How long have you understood that this need has been a problem? And then the timing is how urgent is it? Is it like, there's a hole in the dam and I got my finger in it and I need a dam fixer right now. So, which is a pun in both ways. So,
I need a dam fixer right now.
Again, loving the swear words. So, so that's the whole point, is that like I have this whole list, and I at first I had it on a sheet and I would go down the whole thing and I'd write the notes. But then what I ended up doing is I just have like a digital notebook now, and I just have BANT at the top to remember to ask all those questions. And in the book, The Rebel Girl's Guide to Marketing, there's a whole chapter on selling is not as hard as it seems. And so for me, I first start with mindset. You're literally going in there to tell your story and find out if it's a good mutual beneficial conversation, like I said before. The other thing is if you can go through those 4 steps, that BANT that IBM created a while ago, it's like, and create the questions that are very specific to that person as well as your industry. The conversation it is more of a conversation than it's a sales meeting.
Yeah.
So I think that's the best way for me to say it, is that like after decades of sales, it's easier just to have a conversation. And then once I go, gosh, that really sounds like something I want. And then you get all the buying signals, right? Because there's that old saying, nobody likes to be sold to, but everybody likes to buy.
Right? Yeah.
And so if you don't feel like you're being sold to, it's the best conversation you could have with a prospect.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. For me, it's always, listen 80%, talk 20%. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that philosophy, but it really is true. Like, ask questions, but listen, and they'll tell you how to sell them. They'll tell you what their needs are. They'll tell you, and you'll be able to go, you're not the right person. Like, you need to talk to this person over here, just by having that conversation. Yeah.
Or you go in thinking you know what they need.
Yes.
And then the conversation goes a completely different way. And I've done that. That happens in the marketing consulting all the time. So yeah, I think if you put less pressure on the fact that it's a sales call, if you walk in there with that mindset instead of like, with sweaty palms and like nervous talking, it really helps you feel more like a subject matter expert in that sales process.
Yeah, I love that. Courtney, do you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, totally. I really think that everything that Lisa and Cassandra are saying is so true. And what you said, Elaine, about asking questions when you're with a client and you're looking to, close the deal, so to speak, to get them to say yes. For me, it's not about getting the person to say yes. It's about helping someone realize how we are a good fit, that our partnership together will result in amazing shifts for them and transformation in their business, in their life, in their health and well-being, whatever it is. People come to me, for example, they either have something physically wrong, something emotionally wrong, or something wrong in their business, career, and finance, right? So it's discovering what is their need and then showing them how are we a good fit. And that it's also knowing your own superpower and your own kryptonite. I think that's very important too. Going back to the uniqueness of what makes you, you. It's that I have 20 cookbooks and I've never read one of them. It's that's your kryptonite. Like, what is your vulnerable piece and how are you sharing that with your potential clients so that they know that you are real and that you are someone that they can turn to when they are being real as well. It's that relatability, right? But also, what is your superpower? Because if someone hangs up the phone with me and goes on to someone else, I want them to be sitting on that other call going, man, Courtney was awesome. Gosh, why didn't I say yes to her right away? Right? So we have to be able to communicate what is our superpower and what sets us apart. What unique gift speaks to their pain point and how you can solve that better than any other choice that they're looking at can do.
Oh, you're on mute.
Elaine, you're on mute, darling. Go back. Repeat.
Sorry, Jax was barking.
Okay.
Cassandra, you want to chime in real quick before we wrap up?
Yeah, I just had a couple things. So one, I think I do absolutely keep the conversation very conversational and casual. Just we're partnering as two business owners, especially in what I do. It's not an employee. It's not, we're not, I don't know. The dynamic is just different when it's a partnership. So I do love to keep that in mind. The other one that has helped me shift over is that I do 100% come from a place of service. And so that I know that people get bogged down with what I do, and I know I can help bridge that gap. And so when I come into the call knowing that I can truly help them and it's going to make a difference to their bottom line, which is going to potentially change like their family's bottom line, then I know that if I don't have that open heart and I don't have that open mind, I'm withholding that from them. And I can't do that, Yeah. And so I think if you can do that, even with something as technical as ads, and if you can have that open heart, that service-minded part, then it makes it easier to go on there and not feel like it's a sale. And so 100%, I think that makes a huge impact for me to go in there and ask them, would you like to partner with me? Would you like to move forward so I can send you the contract and invoice? Because before that was truly embraced, it felt awkward. 100%. I hated that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
The other part that I just kind of want to throw that out there because it's something I just implemented is I added some juicy bits and testimonials to my email sequence after they book a call. So if you guys have that, skip the standard, oh, your call's been confirmed, and add like a sequence in there to someone who's booked, and maybe you'll pre-sell them before they get on there. That's
Love
my plan.
that.
So.
That's a great tip.
Oh no, we lost Elaine.
Oh, where'd she go?
Oh, Elaine. I bet she's dropping an F-bomb right now.
I bet she's the atomic one at that. Hopefully she'll get there.
Wow.
Well, we can keep the conversation going.
We sure can.
Yeah. Oh, there she is.
I don't even know what just happened. It just kicked me out.
We were just counting how many F-bombs you might have dropped.
Yeah, I think when I went to go like, hey, everybody, I think I clicked my mouse. It clicked leave studio or something. Whoops. Nobody died.
Exactly. And real.
Nobody
died right now.
Nobody died. So before we go and bring on the next panel, would you guys like to share how people can find you online, since this is about elevating your online presence? Cassandra, where can people find you online?
TheSeedSuite.com.
Seedsuite.com. Love it. Courtney, where can people find you?
I am confluencehealingarts.org. And I'm on Facebook as Courtney with a K. Sometimes people ask me how to pronounce my last name, and I'm like, it's with a K. W-I-T-H.
Oh my God.
K. Courtney with a K is my last name. So find me on Facebook. You can shoot me an email. Would love to continue the conversation with anyone who's curious. And heck yeah, look me up.
That's so fun. I love that. Yeah. I love that.
Confluence Healing Arts, and it's .org. But I come up both ways.
Yeah. Lisa, how can people find you?
Rebelgirlmarketing.com, but I'm also on LinkedIn and Facebook with company pages there as well. So that's where you can find me.
And I just want to make a quick little announcement. So Courtney and Lisa have both donated gifts to anybody who will be doing drawings later. You must be registered to win, FYI. Courtney is giving away a $200 package to 3 people, and Lisa is giving away a $297 package to 2 people. So you'll be getting a survey from me asking which prize would you like to receive. So be sure to mark those if that's interesting to you, and I will put more in. I'll put all the information, all the things. But thank you guys so very much for being a part of this panel. It was absolutely lovely to have this conversation with you. And I just appreciate you being here and taking the time out of your busy days to come and hang out and share some tips and tidbits and all the things with our audience members. So thank you.
Thank you. It was fun.
All right, we're going to do some Scooby-Doo action, and we're going to bring on our next set of panelists. And we are going.
Look at, there they are. And do we just exit ourselves? Is that the plan right now?
Oh, she left again.
Oh, she must have gotten lost. Well, hello, panel. On behalf of Elaine, welcome to new panel.
Hi. So weird. I keep getting kicked out of my own damn stream.
How funny. Elaine, we were asking, do we just kick ourselves out?
So I will kick you out with a gentle
hug.
You'll
kick us out. Well, thanks for that.
Kicking you out with kindness.
Love and hugs.
Love and hugs. Bye. Hopefully I will not get kicked out again. I don't know. That is the second time it just happened, but I don't know what's going on. Hi guys, how are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you guys?
Taking a deep breath. This is our last panel of the day. It's only been 6 hours and 13 minutes that we've been live streaming all day. So amazing. So this is our social media and content panel. And I have gathered these amazing experts to help us all with learning how to create the content to help us elevate our online presence. Do you see what I did there? I know, I'm so funny. So before we get into the meat and the potatoes, we're going to start with appetizers, and that means introductions. So I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves, and then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes. So Miss Sue Gresham, would you please tell everybody who you are?
Hello, I am Sue Gresham, also known as the LinkedIn Lady. I am a LinkedIn, right? Consultant, trainer. I work with entrepreneurs, small business owners, micro business owners are like my faves, those and coaches and consultants. And I help them really establish a secure, confident, and authentic LinkedIn presence.
Fantastic. So glad that you're here. Miss Tamira, will you introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Tamira Hamilton. I am a 30-plus year sales and marketing, along with leadership, a veteran. I've been doing this since I was 2. No, I'm just kidding. Pretty close to it, though. I live, eat, and breathe, and sleep marketing, and I've been in the world of online and social media marketing exactly 10 years ago, a week ago, on my brother's birthday. So very excited to be here. I help mamas monetize themselves and their lives.
Just keep going. If I get kicked out, just continue the conversation.
Oh, girl, we're pros. We got this.
I don't know what is happening. All right, Elaine, my fellow Elaine.
Hello. I'm so excited to be here. And I popped in earlier and people kept saying Elaine. And I was like, yes. So I am a video and visibility expert and a speaker coach and a comedian. And I love helping women show up powerfully on camera and in real life and make short form videos that are engaging and funny. Yay. And I'm delighted to be here.
Fantastical. Miss Lori Kiefer, will you tell everybody who you are?
Absolutely. I am Lori. I am an online marketing strategist, and I am on a mission to help fellow women entrepreneurs rise up and stand out. So this is the perfect summit for me to be at because it's all about elevating, right? Most women start their businesses to have a greater impact on something, whether that's their family, their community, or some cause. And I help them do that by strategizing with them to create effective online marketing strategies with their content systems and customized marketing plans that help amplify their message and their purpose.
Fantastical. So now we can get into the meat and the potatoes since we now have had appetizers. First of all, I would like to also notice that we are all polka dot sisters on this call, which I think is really cool. I don't know that I've had an all dot panel but yet. So this is one of
you saved the dots for last.
I know. So fun. So fun. If you're a polka dot, give us some love in the comments now. Come on. Don't leave us all hanging here. So Sue, let's talk about LinkedIn. You and I have had this conversation. You know, I have a love-hate relationship with LinkedIn.
Me too.
And I've been committing to 30 days of consistent posting on LinkedIn to try to change my relationship. But can you talk a little bit about how can we create a compelling LinkedIn profile that makes people want to connect with us and not necessarily sell us something?
Well, I can't help it if people want to sell to you because those are just spam bots and icky people. But ultimately, your LinkedIn profile really is a story about you. And if we think about why people are using LinkedIn, they're on LinkedIn for networking purposes. They're on LinkedIn. Boy, Elaine's having a great time here. Sorry. People are on LinkedIn to grow their businesses and to find jobs and all of these other things. And if we understand other people's motives, and if we understand not just their motives, but their reasons, and if we understand what it is they need, then it makes it really easy to create that great, compelling presence because your profile is just a moment in time. It's a snapshot of what you do and how you do it and the problem that you solve for other people. And I say it's snapshot in time because people really only spend a minute looking at it anyway. The real beauty of LinkedIn is what happens after the connection, and what happens when you're doing the networking and the conversing and getting getting to learn from other people and to share your wisdom. So when I talk about profiles very quickly, there's really just a couple key things people have to know. You set your profile up so that it answers the question of how will you help me? Okay. You know, that there's that radio station, WIIFM, what's in it for me? Set up your profile and answer the question in your headline and in your about section. And then make sure you've got a call to action so that you know what it is that you want them to do when they've read that profile. And keep it current. You know, I could go on for hours about profiles, and I promise I won't, but really quickly. We all have business initiatives, right? Some people this year decided that they were going to start a podcast or host a podcast, or guest on lots of podcasts. Well, if it turns out that you are now involved in podcasts, we need to know that by reading your profile. So make sure that you include that really important information there. And if you do that, and people get a chance to read your profile, they'll get a chance to know about you. And then the like and the trust that we talk about later, it all comes from the good stuff that you do after you've set up the profile.
Yeah. Yeah. So taking your LinkedIn to the next level, do you recommend, like, what kind of content should we be putting on LinkedIn?
Well, first of all, everything that you do should be true to you. Okay. It should be authentic. It should be the stuff that you know. All right. Don't try to BS your way through things. Don't try and copy other people. And so what you should do, I hate shoulds. So let's not even talk about shoulds. Let's talk about what you're comfortable doing. Okay. If you are comfortable posting content about, you know, what, I don't want to say what you had for breakfast, but what's happening in your business, then post it. If you're comfortable doing video, then do video. I've known Tamira for a long time, and I think she would never be shocked to hear me say that I am not comfortable doing video. So guess what? I don't do video. Okay. So you do what's comfortable for you, as long as you are not entertaining only, but as long as you are educating and not selling. And I think that's the key. Just not there. People, was it Lisa the last time, or Elaine? Somebody said the last one. People are not on social to be sold to, but they buy.
Yeah, they love to buy, but they don't love to be sold to.
Right. So if we sell to them, they're just gonna walk away and call us a scammer, spammer, icky guy, and that's not what we want to do. We want to be real.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I know that wasn't a do this day and do this day, but
that's
you gotta do what's important for you, comfortable for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Tamira, I know that you are super good about staying on trend and knowing, like, what's hot, what's working, what's not. Can you tell us what's hot and what's not?
What's hot and what's not? You know, the funny thing for me is the funny thing for me with the what's hot and what's not is I'm going to consistently say what I've said for the last 10 years. What's hot is you. You are the brand. You are the content. You are the algorithm. You are it. You are everything. Okay. You are everything and then some. The key is to find your audience, your ideal people, and provide, just like my girlfriend Sue said, what do they need to know? What are they going to find valuable? What's going to really get under their skin, right? Because it's not all roses. Sometimes you got to annoy them. You got to shake them up a little bit to get their attention, especially in this crowded, noisy place. And so you need to be able to get their attention, right? And how you get their attention is you got to really know them inside and out. I've said it for 10 years and I had this whole thing planned on what I was going to say, but it really still boils down to the same fundamentals. And I want to point that out because you've got to stay true to you and your strategy. If you try to hop on every single trend, 5-7 trends in, you've lost your brand voice. you've lost your branding, you've lost your audience, you've lost it all. You've really lost your brand identity, right? So in order to retain your identity, it's important to, yes, you want to know what's trending, but you got to twist it and make it work for you, boo, because trying to do and be everybody else is just not going to work. With that said, if you're not utilizing some sort of artificial intelligence, boo-boo, what are you doing, right? Artificial intelligence, Chat GPT, if only just to make your life easier, right? You've got to be using Chat GPT, Jarvis, Copy AI. Those are your great marketing assistants, your personal assistant. They're even my household assistant, because I will be like, Chat GPT, help me. This is what I got in the fridge. I need to make something keto. And Chat GPT will say, okay, this is what you make. Okay. And I'm like, all right, now tell me step by step how to make it. And then I do it. Okay. So that is definitely trending. Okay. Of course, Sue, I'm still going to always stay on you about short form video, because it's no different than what you're doing right now. And the great thing is you can repurpose and reshare the content, right? That's all you got to do. If you look at Gary Vee, the bulk, if not all of his content is just reshared, repurposed content. That's literally all that it is, right? So if you can master being you, being authentically you, your brand, serving your ideal client, leveraging Chat GPT and resharing, repurposing, and doing short form video, the last thing that I will say to kind of wrap it up with a bow is that it's going to sound a little repetitive. You have to be you in a noisy world, but you have to understand that the algorithm, even though you are the algorithm, there's one little piece of it that's not you, right? And that's Gen Z. Okay. In marketing, that's why we have these generational labels. It's because of marketing and advertising, right? And everybody is shifting toward where millennial is not the voice in marketing anymore. It is Gen Z. Now, that doesn't mean you got to go see and start doing TikTok dances and lip syncing, because your homegirl don't do that either. That's just not my swag. But I have to be able to make my content entertaining enough to my audience that it stands out and gets pushed out further, because that's really the only way to get in front of new people these days. And so with that said, the last thing I'm going to say is automation. We're on the Queen of Automations, summit here. And if you are not generating and collecting leads from social media every day and taking your content and making it conversational and having conversations off the platform, in the messenger, in the DM, boo, what is you even doing? Okay. So those are the top things I would say that are trending and that everybody needs to be concerned with, and developing some sort of strategy around, and more so just taking it and incorporating it into your very own strategy and making it work for you. Stop listening to all these gurus, because they've been telling you hashtags on Instagram, don't do them anymore. But yet Instagram just rolled out Reels trends, and they're telling you what hashtags are trending. Right? So I think hashtags are still important. The key is to always test, always have a testing mindset, examine everything, if everyone says, including myself, and figure out what is going to work for you and tweak and modify it, adjust, and control. My name is Kristen, and I'm done with the game.
All right, Clubhouse. Paige did the same thing. So funny. Miss Elaine. So
hello.
You and I both love the humor.
Yes.
If it's not funny, I don't want to do it. Like it has, like there's always typically some sort of humor part to something that I just love to laugh. So can you talk about how you have used humor in your content online, and have you done anything creative or fun or anything to try to bring that into it's who you are as an, authenticity we talked about a lot today. How do you do that? Like,
yeah, I that's great. And, I love what Sue and Tamira said already. And when you're new on video and you're not comfortable, it's hard to figure out who you are. This is what comedians go through and speakers. And so that's one reason I'm a big fan of, like, if you're not making videos, commit to your best friend and you guys send each other videos every day for a week, and you will feel more confident. Part of finding out who you are is figuring out, okay, I'm never going to dance. Okay, you don't ever have to dance, but can you sway? Could you point? Could you gesture? You know, there are other ways you can be active. We call it acting out, act outs in a stand-up. But to me, also laughing at the human condition. You know, I did one video, I was like, I can't find my glasses. And people were cracking up. It's like, we've all done it. We do it every day, right? Have you seen my phone? I can't find my phone, right? Like, it's the human things, and that makes you relatable, and you're not selling, you're like sharing who you are. And also it's part of your story, right? And so I'm also a big fan of, like, I share my process, because even though I've been performing since I was in the 2nd grade, speaking for 22 years, I still share my process and my foibles, because I think that's what, to me, mastery is. I'm always seeking the next level, and I want to be a relatable master so that people can hear themselves in my own stuff. Of course, I share my client stories too, but to me, part of being human is, like, crazy stuff happens. Like, Elaine is doing this amazing extravaganza and she keeps getting bumped out of her own room. I mean, you can't write comedy that good, right? And so when you can let your hair down and show your humanity, as long as it's appropriate, like, we don't need to see every meal you ever made, please, unless you're a chef, right? But when you can share, you know, I shared one time, I went on TikTok and I said, have you ever done this where you warm up and you practice what you're going to say for your big elevator pitch, and then it's your turn and you sound like a Valley girl and you're like, what just happened to me? Right? It got tons of vibes because we've all done it, right? Even when you've been in business 5, 10, 15 years, I'm like, Elaine, but I can laugh at myself and I can share that with people because it's part of, you know, or like one of my jokes is, you know, they say entrepreneur is a French word that means I work in my underwear, which I think is hilarious every time. But, you know, like, so I don't know if that helps, but I try to share the foibles of my humanity within reason, and to be real. And because that's part of my brand too, is like, good enough is good enough, and perfect doesn't help anybody. And, you know, I'm the kind of person, I had 3 addictions. I'm an assault survivor. I've been through a lot. I've done a lot of healing, but I've never been able to relate to the people who are like on top of the mountain. And, you know, I want to know how you got out of the mud, right? I want to know how you kept crawling through the valley and you got back up. Like, that is always what inspires me. And if I can add some humor to that journey, then, oh my gosh, we all need it now more than ever. Mm-hmm. So I also tell people, you can be a shepherd of humor. You don't have to tell a joke. You can share a story, or you can share a funny sign. You know, those are safe. I mean, within reason, you know, nothing political or religious, mm-hmm. but, you know, what's the deal between cats and dogs? Like, there's so much content that you can, you know, easily just share or give a nod to, and that can bring a chuckle to mm-hmm. even the most uptight meeting.
You mean like my bedhead pictures?
Yes. I mean, Elaine Terso, you would inspire me because you are fully yourself, and you share how you used to script yourself, and then you were like, it was restraining, and you were like, that's not me. And I did that too. The first Facebook ads I shot, I was like, so I'm going to help you. You know, my coach was like, you sound like a PSA lady from the 70s, Elaine. What happened to your personality? And I was like, I was trying to get it right. I was trying to be professional. And so, you know, I had to go through that myself, right? We all find our personalities, our personas, the more we're doing it. But yeah. I love you, Elaine, because you're real and raw, and you're passionate, and you share about like how you want to raise awareness about trafficking and how not to accidentally hurt your pet if you put a sweater that's too tight on their little like you share your life, so we know who you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was hard. That was like a hard thing to share, right? Because
I'm sure
So Miss Lori, let's talk about unconventional ways that we can create content. Do you have any ideas or tips or advice for kind of doing stuff out of the unusual besides sharing your pictures of your bedhead every morning?
So I do have some ideas, but I also have a quasi bedhead picture that was one of my top performing posts last year. With, you know, I woke up, I was tired of dealing with my husband who had 4 months of COVID and the recovery, and I woke up and I was like, you know, made a picture of myself, selfie. That today is going to be a I don't give a shit, I'm not fixing my hair day, and that was like the most top performing post I made last year. But some unconventional or out of the box thinking type of posts. I'm a fan of short form video. A lot of people push back against it, but and I want to say not just short form video, but videos that convey how your people what their life is going to be like on the other side. A lot of people know, and a lot of people are good at talking about their products. You know, this is what I'm selling. I can tell you about this all day long. And some people are starting to get good about talking about the transformation or the what's in it for me. But most people forget to tell the story of what it's going to be like on the other side. That's one of the things I really encourage you to include as part of your content, and make it another thing I talk about a lot with my clients, and when people ask in general, is make your social media part of the whole strategy. There's a lot of people that post on social media, but they forget to link it to their emails, or they forget to link it to a sales page, or they forget. You need a whole strategy for it to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
love that.
I just wanted to tag, I forget who, somebody said something about perfection. And one quote that I say a lot is people buy from people, not perfect.
Yep.
Amen.
So,
yeah. Let's take perfect off the table.
Yeah, some of my best videos on Instagram are me just sitting in the front seat of my car, just talking, you know?
Yeah. Don't have to be perfect.
I love it.
We have a question in the peanut gallery. We're going to bring up Raisa, who has a question around social media and having some struggles with that. So Raisa, what's your question?
Hi, Wayne. Thank you. And thank you to everyone here. I really appreciate all the, like somebody said earlier, little nuggets that I've been jotting down. So I've been social media free since 2017. I did it after I've noticed how, like, you know, no Facebook. The only thing I have is LinkedIn, actually. Everything else I've purged, you know, very slowly, first taking it off my phone, then deactivating notifications and off my phone, then actually deactivating my account. I found it to be very emotionally, mentally draining. We talked in, a previous session about FOMO. My FOMO was very debilitating. I could not function. Was always chasing the next shiny object. And so, I have LinkedIn on my personal page. I've been getting there, some leads, which is amazing because people will search bookkeeper and somehow I pop up, and I'm not really active on it, which says, I think, a lot. I know I have a lot of potential. I just started a business page, which I have not been active on. And so hearing all this and, just this summit just from today, in my head, I'm like, suddenly feeling this pressure. I'm like, I need to get Twitter, and I need to get TikTok, and I need to get Instagram, and I need to get Facebook. And all of a sudden, and I see Sue's reaction already. Yes. And so my general question is, A, do I need it? Does it depend on the industry you're on? How do I go, baby stuff, like help?
Well,
Tamira, I see you want to take this one on.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to jump in and say, number one, where's your ideal client? If your client isn't on Facebook, you don't need to be. If your client isn't on TikTok, you don't need to be. I'll also say, don't assume, for example, they're not on TikTok, because I avoided TikTok very much so for a very long time, because I was like, it's all kids. And then everything happened that spring of 2020. And one of the fastest growing segments on TikTok, we actually dominated TikTok for several weeks, was Gen X. So
Hell yeah, we did.
Yeah, girl. So it really boils down to, where is your ideal client? And what I will also say is, at this point, not having social media presence is kind of like not having white pages presence 30 years ago. I'm just going to be blunt and honest with you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. And with that being said, it doesn't mean you have to get sucked in it. I completely understand. I have my days where I just want to throw everything against the wall. And I'm like, I'm over this. These people are on my nerves. I actually say a lot more bad things than that, but we're going to keep it G. Okay.
You don't have to keep it G here, FYI.
Oh, it was gonna be bad. Then I would have just gone down this whole tunnel, and we're not gonna go there. We're gonna keep it light and positive, okay? But here's the thing: there are things like, if you only, number one, my rule, I do not have any notifications on. All notifications are off, especially because I'm on all these platforms, and if my phone is dinging all day, I'm really gonna throw stuff. Okay, so turn the notifications off. You can control it, right? And aside from no notifications, I would say put time limits on it and write down what you're going on there to do before you do it. And then go on and do that and get back off. Okay. There are also tools, especially when because all of them pretty much are almost 100% accessible, with, you know, the exception of a few features depending on platform. You can access it through your laptop or your desktop. So you don't have to have it on your phone. Some things are just better to do on your phone. With that being said, there are Chrome extensions. For example, there's Kill Newsfeed for Facebook. I used that for years, where I would go on and I couldn't see the newsfeed. So I was very productive. I could get in, do what I needed to do, and get back out, right? And then you'll know it's working, because people will be like, did you see my post? And you'll be like, no, girl, I didn't see that. Because I wasn't looking for it, and I had Kill Newsfeed on. Okay, so I think the big thing is just put limits on everything, set boundaries. Like anything else in life, set boundaries. And as a menopausal woman, what I'm going to tell you, for everybody, if you want to increase your longevity, do not sleep with your phone in your room, let alone in your bed. Because if you sleep with it in your room, here's one thing that I notice, that when I get up for my 2 a.m. potty break, my function break, when I come back, I'm opening the phone. And what you're doing is you're kind of resetting your sleep pattern, right? And when you wake up in the morning, you're just going to reach for it, and you're going to want to check it. And the next thing you know, you're answering emails and you're doing all these other things. And so to keep those boundaries, just keep the phone. I don't have a TV in my bedroom either. And now the phone is just not allowed in my bedroom.
Excellent. I love that, Tamira. I'm like, amen. And I would just add, if I may raise that, is because I'm very sensitive, and I can go into a tunnel of compare despair with other comedians, or with the skinny perfect Barbie moms, even though I'm not a mom and I don't have a husband. There's somebody that thinks I should, you know. So I try to be, I write what I'm doing. I'll put a Post-it note or thing, and I put my timer on, and I'm super fresh and focused in the mornings. And sometimes I have a creative spurt at night, but if it's past a certain time, I put myself in timeout, because I know I'm not going to be productive. I'm just going to go search, and there's a million other things I want to be and need to be doing for my biz. So I get on, I do my thing, and I get off. And I would highly recommend that you just be really, like, firmly gentle with yourself, and like, okay, I'm going to do this. And there's lots of ways to network as a bookkeeper. So kudos for you for coming back and having the courage.
Trying to.
You are.
And
I'd
like
like to piggyback real quick on what Tamira and Elaine were saying. You can be on social media without being on social media.
What does that mean?
You can have an online presence. Like I use Facebook's Business Manager. That's where I'm scheduling my posts. That's where I'm answering people that have messaged me. So I'm not in Facebook, if you will, or Instagram. I'm answering the messages from my business manager. And there's other third-party apps that allow you to do the same thing, where you can post and you can, like some of them even have listening aspects where you can put in topics and keywords and they'll listen for that on your socials, and it'll alert you that somebody has said, you know, race a bookkeeper or something like that. So you could go in and respond without even opening up the platform. So you can have that presence without being on it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd like to add, you know, there's a list of all of these social media sites, right? There's I don't even know, hundreds, thousands. I don't even know how many there are. You don't have to just maybe besides LinkedIn, maybe pick just one more.
Yep.
You know, just pick one more and dip your toe in there and see how you feel about it. So don't think that you've got to jump into Twitter and TikTok and Instagram. And, you know, I'll be honest with you, Instagram, somebody hacked my account and I've never been able to figure out how to get it back. So I'm not on Instagram.
No.
I know, because I don't have the energy and the time, and there's nobody in Instagram world that is going to come and answer my questions. So short of me setting up another account, and I haven't taken the time to do that yet.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think sometimes too, we should, I do it. I am a horrible should'er. I should'er on myself all the time. And so give yourself grace on that because you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah. One thing I would also say is that you don't necessarily have to go to platforms to be social. You can you can post on Google My Business, just like you can on LinkedIn, just like you can on Instagram, just like you can on Facebook. You don't have to go be social there. You're literally just posting updates, you're posting events, you're posting photos, you're posting.
Oh no, I lost her.
It's so great to be on this panel with everybody. I love it how we all want to just pour into each other. It's so cool.
But I'm learning so much, you guys. This is great. Thank you. And I should say, I do video. I just don't post it on LinkedIn. Okay. I have a bunch of video, but it's just not like I'm not doing LinkedIn lives. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Reza, do you feel like you got some good nuggets out of that question?
I did. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think like, you know, the whole dipping toes, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a process, but definitely need to conquer my fear. And I think it's more about, you know, like, you know, we talked before about the mindset. And so I'm very, you know, always careful with my peace of mind and, you know, my headspace. And so, you know, dipping toes back in will definitely test those fears. So thank you.
Yeah. And you don't have to jump in all at once, right? So,
and Raisa, go find a community. Please surround yourself with other women like us or who want to pour into you. And you can, you know, boy, I did it on my own and it is a world of pain. So find some women and
come join us, Polka Dot Powerhouse Girl.
I already Googled it. I actually already like one of my tabs open. It's like, okay, what are these polka dots?
Yes, you need to come and join the polka dots because
we're pretty cool.
Support. I mean, everything you could possibly. There's a dot for that. That's literally like one of the taglines because whatever you need, there's somebody to help, and it's just support that is just absolutely amazing. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So before we head out, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're almost to the end here. If you want to share, where can people find you online? Because, you know, that's what this is all about. So Sue, where can people find you? Obviously, we know where.
Obviously on LinkedIn. And I am also on Facebook, Sue Gresham. And my website is www.sue-gresham.com. I couldn't get the thing without the dash, so it's dash.
Oh my goodness. Sue is giving away a profile review, 2 of them, valued at $250. Remember, you have to be registered to win. Miss Tamira.
Hey, y'all. So I've actually been commenting from my Facebook business page, Tamara Hamilton Digital Marketing Consultancy. From there, you can also find my creator, or I think it's called professional account, which is Facebook/Tamara S. Hamilton. And my web and all my other social medias are there. I'm one of those omni-channel people, but just know that I'm smart about it. I have a presence there, but I'm not active on all of those. I'm most active on Facebook, Instagram, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not that active on TikTok either. So
I see you on there, girl.
Yeah, but it's not my main boo. She stresses me out sometimes.
I know. Miss Elaine, where can people find you online?
Well, you can find me at Elaine Williams Fun on Instagram, and you can come get a camera checklist, a camera confidence checklist. I can't even talk today, at captivatethecrowd.com. And I'm on Facebook and LinkedIn as well, Elaine Williams.
And Elaine is giving away a content video guide valued at $47, and she's giving away 3 of those. So remember, you have to be registered to win. All right, Miss Lori, where can people find you online?
Social media, of course, Lori Kiefer, or my official business pages are at Real Lori Kiefer for Facebook and Instagram. And then you can always email me, Lori@LoriKiefer.com.
And Lori is giving away a marketing boost package for $247 to 5 people. So if you have registered, remember you will be getting a lovely survey from me asking you which prize would you actually like to receive, because we're not in the business of giving people things that they don't actually want. So thank you guys so very much for being a part of this panel and putting up with me getting kicked out every 3 minutes. Super fun. And thanks for just keep going, right? Just keep going. Keep the show
Quick
going.
story. Can I share a quick story?
Yeah.
Because, Sue is my girl. We go way back, right? So my first webinar in 2013, I tested it and everything. I go live and it doesn't work. I'm like sweating bullets. My friend who was doing, because this was like Google Hangouts, she's like, I can't believe this. Like, she was so embarrassed. And had I not pushed through, had I not continued and still showed up every Wednesday doing those webinars, I would not have a business today. So that's the number one thing I learned from live video, is that just expect something's going to go wrong.
Yep.
Something's going to go wrong, but you're going to inspire yourself and others by sticking through it and keep showing up. Just keep showing up and you will elevate your online presence.
Woo! Damn, girl. You know it. You know it. Consistency is key. Yep. So we are going to have a 10-minute break, and then we're going to begin the FOMO Fest. This is where any of our VIPs and our speakers, panelists can hang out, and we're just going to talk about the day and like what were our takeaways, and anything that sometimes we can't. I know not everybody can sit here and watch this all damn day long, right? Which is why we have the VIP option for people to upgrade and be able to watch the replays. And so being able to hear nuggets from other people may go, oh, I need to go catch that episode that they missed. So we're definitely going to have a little break because, we needed self-care. And I'm going to figure out what's going on with StreamYard and see if I can fix something. I don't know. Maybe I'll end the broadcast and come back in and see if that will help. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So super excited. Thank you guys so much.
Good job, Elaine. Woo!
Thank you, my dot sisters. I love you.
Thank you.
See you later.
See you later. Where is my thing here? Here we go. Welcome back. I'm going to, let me see here. I'm in here twice. Okay, I think we're good now. I kept getting kicked out of StreamYard, so I'm hoping that this will work. But welcome to our very first FOMO Fest. So I'm going to bring up anybody who is here that would like to come and party with us. So if you want to come and hang out, just turn your camera on if you are in the gallery. And we're going to just have a fun conversation. Hello. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. I think we can add on one more. I think I can add up to 10. So we may have to do a little rotation, but that's okay. And if I get kicked out, just keep talking. I don't know why, but the very second to last panel, StreamYard decided to just kick me out for no good reason. I don't even know what's that about, but it is what it is. So let's see here. Here comes Julie. Okay, I can only do 10 at a time. Okay, so hi everybody. So let's see here. We've got Gina and Raisa. Gina left. Gina booted. Where'd she go? Gina, why'd you do that? So we have some of our VIPs and our panelists here hanging out with us for FOMO Fest. And what I really kind of wanted to do was we can kind of take some turns and whatever and just kind of share, like, if you were a panelist or are like just a listener today, sharing something that just kind of like really stuck out to you. I love that we can always learn from each other, even when we are an expert in something else, but there's something else that someone can say that can really just go, oh man, that is such a great nugget. So I'd really love to open up the floor to hear some takeaways that anybody may have had. And then if you're like, okay, I'm good. And then I'll remove you and bring someone else up to the table. So but we'll just kind of have this little rotation of people coming in and out. So does anyone want to share a takeaway from today so far?
First of all, I want to say, Elaine, you've been amazing.
Well, thanks.
That takeaway is huge in itself. I am so impressed with the way that from my standpoint, how you've put this together, but the group of people that you've connected with and that you've brought in, it's so fun to see people that I haven't seen, like Stacy. I haven't seen Stacy in years. And, especially in person, I haven't seen her forever, ever. And so this has just been great. It's been a great experience just to keep learning and to see what everybody else is doing and how really brilliant all of you people are. It's just, it's mind-boggling to me. So I just had to say thank you. And she's gone.
And she's gone, and she'll be back. I mean, talk about grace under pressure. Talk about grace under pressure. Woo!
One of these times I'm going to come back and I'm going to look completely different as a funny joke or something. I don't know. We'll figure
it makes me think of Bewitched. Do you remember how her mom would always pop in on a broomstick and she'd be like, darling, do you want to come have margaritas in Mexico? And I was a kid and I was like, I want to be like that.
Yeah. So we have a peanut gallery comment from a couple from Deneen over on YouTube, and I'm going to bring one up. She says she loved "What do I need to hear myself say?" and FLOW acronym. That was a good one. The other one she said, which is a nod to Cameron, is to lead from behind. Lead from behind. I thought that was a really, really great nugget too. So anyone else want to share a nugget before I get kicked out again? Consuela.
So I, tuned into the last one as well as some in the earlier. And so something that stood out for me is because I don't always like to play with content, but they were talking about content, making it more transformation focused and the result focused. And so often I go to what are all those pain points that we want to talk about? And so we lose the focus of what are the results y'all going to have. And I really, really needed to hear that. That was really awesome.
Yeah, that was from Lori just on our last panel. So shout out to Lori for that nugget. That's awesome. That's awesome. I want to bring up Angela because Angela is going to be, she has generously, she called me right before we got started. She's like, Elaine, I have to tell you, I want to add another gift. And I was like, oh my God. So I said, come and share a little bit about your gift. And she's in the car right now, so she's not going to be able to come on camera. But Angela, tell everybody about this wonderful gift that you want to give away to everybody. That's the VIPs and the gifts.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so in May, I am holding my Untapped Planning Masterclass. And this planning class is unlike any type of planning that you have ever done before. Most of us set goals, we set our dreams and visions or New Year's resolutions. How many of you have done that before? And then you start down that path and you get sidetracked or you get stuck or some other shiny object comes along and it stops you. How many of you have ever had a goal or a dream or a New Year's resolution that you haven't achieved because it just got hard or anything like that? I mean, I'm raising both hands because in the past that was absolutely me. And with this workshop, we address what it is that stops people in addition to actually doing the planning. So I look at it from a neuroscience standpoint and help you put a plan together that is proactive in helping you achieve those goals. It's an amazing program. I always get rave reviews. People are always just like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing I've ever done. And since that's coming up in May, I wanted to offer 3 seats for that. That's actually a $997 value. That's what I sell this planning session or this master class for. So yeah, any questions about it? Anything like that?
It's very, very generous. Angela's giving away 2 seats and they are 3 seats valued at $997 each. So just raised our value up another $3,000. So holy crap, you guys. So amazing. So thank you, Angela, for your generosity. On top of that, she's also had donated another, so she's got 2 gifts. Another is a strategy call valued at $597. So thank you, Angela, for your generosity. All right. Anyone else want to share a FOMO or a tidbit? Stacy.
Yeah, I've got to jump off here, so I just wanted to interject. Number one, thank you for allowing me to be on your summit. It was fun. I didn't get to see any of the other ones, but I just wanted to say I felt very much some cohesiveness with our mindset group. And the thing that popped out for me, and I think it was personal too, is the vulnerability of your mindset. That when you are vulnerable, and really sharing who you are, and even if it feels uncomfortable and you worry about what people are going to think, that's when the magic happens. That's when people connect to you. So I just want to reiterate that because I think that's super important, that even if you're not perfect, that's okay. Just be you. And that's when people will start following you, start wanting to work with you. And that vulnerability is key. So again, thanks for allowing me to be on, and I look forward to watching all the replays. So thanks.
Yes, thank you, Stacy, for being a part of of our panels today. Love you, girlfriend.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. So Mr. Cameron, I would love to put you in the spotlight for a second. Cameron has graciously donated 10 one-on-one or 10 seats. Seats would probably be the best word, not calls. 10 seats to his building a 6-figure business in 6 months, valued at $1,000. He's donating 10 of those. And so I wanted to just give you the opportunity to share more about what that looks like, so people can decide if that's something that they would like to have as a VIP guest.
Yeah, sure, Elaine. So first and foremost, I'm a salesperson career, as I like to call myself. So I don't like to be sold to. So just kind of give you the context of why we're giving away 10. And to work with me one-on-one, that's the average. You know, we do some retreats, and to get on the retreat, it's about $10,000. So we said, look, one retreat will cost you $10,000. We'll give away 10 seats. Depending on when you're available, you can book on. And the actual, it's actually priceless. I mean, it's $1,000, but as you know, I can talk forever. So we're here to work with you. We'll take you from the ground up to where you need to be. Whether it's an hour or 2 hours, don't worry about it. The idea is really to understand you as a person, where your sort of bottom and top lines are, where your pitfalls are. What do you really want to do? Like Tamara talked about, and I think it was Ricky, did I get it right? Was it Ricky or Nikki? Ricky, yep. Really understanding who you are, the business, what you actually like and passionate about, and then we can extract and really support you to build in that business. And you know, if we don't get through it within an hour, that's fine. You know, feel free to book another call. But at the same time, I'll take this opportunity as well just to say, look, we'll take you away for 10 days. We've got 3 retreats coming up, one in October, one in December, and one in March next year. One's actually in London, the other one's in Punta Cana, and the other one is a secret location. And what we do over these 10 days is we'll help you build that business. And I use the word guarantee, more likely you'll come out with a 6-figure business. We've done it. I've done it myself. I don't only run Swiftly. I have several other businesses that we're invested in. And what we want to do is really get you to that number, but so you can actually start seeing, you know, longevity and building wealth creation. And that's what I'm about. I mean, I've been doing this for decades, and we just want to see you guys succeed as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your generosity and coming and sharing with all of us. I really loved the discussion we had about, you know, company culture and team building and stuff like that. So thank you so much for being a part of our panel. So
you're very welcome, Elaine. But I want to ask you a question. So I've noticed I'm the only guy here.
You are not the only guy today.
No, just now I am.
Yeah, just now you are. Yeah.
So I guess the light's shining on me, right?
Yeah, you do. It's actually really interesting. I tend to mostly attract women, but I like get really excited when men come, because I'm like, yes, like we want to bring some of that masculine energy to the table, because it's imperative to be part of the conversation. Because, you know, we don't think like men. We need to get inside men's head too, right? And vice versa. So I love it that I have a thing.
Oh, she's gone.
Poor thing.
She's gone.
She'll be back in a second.
Yeah. And as you say, this is real live TV.
Dream
right?
too long today.
Live internet. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to
close to
see
the
you,
sun.
Cameron. And I have to say, I caught the last end of your presentation before I went on, and I thought that your input was amazing. And I can't wait to connect with you further. That was so cool.
Thank you, Julia. I really appreciate that. Looking forward to connecting with you all too.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think I was saying before I got kicked off again, I think I have 6 guys total for the panel. So very, very excited about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. It's been great. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, and it's 11:15 my time. So I hope
You're
guys
gonna go to bed?
Well, it depends. I know it's interesting when you run a team out in North America. From here, you work all times of hours, but I'm pretty much used to it now. So, but I enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Night owl. Love that. Perfect.
Well, I look
All
forward
right.
to you guys booking on the course, and thank you very much again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Anyone else want to share? Go for it.
I don't know, Elaine, because, you know, I popped in with at the end of our session, like, hey, I want to give something too. You know, the spirit was there, like, hey, I want to be a part of giving away stuff. So I don't know if I need to talk about it more, since I you know, just kind of did that during the session, or
Yeah, go ahead. Share more. This is your opportunity. Tell people what they're going to get.
and talk about FOMO. Like when I heard the title of this thing, I'm like, oh, squirrels definitely got FOMO, right? Like that's definitely a squirrel thing that makes us chase all the shiny objects, right? And so
Yep.
one of the things that I work with folks is to figure out what kind of squirrel are they? What kind of distraction is most tempting for them? Because if we know it, then we can deal with it. But the program that I'm offering is the Get in Gear program, which is kind of my acronym, but it's really, we need to get our tails in gear, you know, our heinies, whatever you want to say, we need to get them in gear and take some action. And so what I'm offering is basically a seat or, you know, as one place in the program. And I said it's a 12-week year, but it's for two 12-week years. So basically 6 months in the program, experience all the things, learning the 12-week year system and really starting to get in gear and get, there she goes again, but to get what you want to succeed accomplished, being able to do what other people can do in a whole year in just 12 weeks.
She'll probably
And she'll be back soon. But I just like,
Here I come.
Here
Yep.
she is.
Just kind of expected at this point now, right?
Yeah.
We just roll with it. It's all good. Well, thank you, Consuela. This generous gift is valued at $2,400. So this will be for a VIP member. A VIP guest will be eligible to receive that gift. So in your survey, you'll be able to mark down that you're interested in that, and then we'll do a drawing to see who's going to come away with that. So Risa, I would actually really love to hear from you, since you were one of our VIPs that came and actually got to participate and join in on some of the fun and ask questions and stuff. Did you have a major takeaway today?
Well, I have a digital notebook and it's 6 pages in, so yes. You know, I
love that.
I think the biggest one for me is delegate and outsource, as Tamara suggested. I think, like, you know, I'm wrote a lot of like little notes, and I'm kind of, you know, like you know, honing what I excel in. And it's definitely more than just being a data entry bookkeeper. There's more to me, and I need to really have, you know, a heart-to-heart talk with myself and find out or figure out, you know, where I want to go. Because, you know, I could be, you know, just a data entry bookkeeper, but can I do more? Can I offer more? Somebody, you know, I've seen it many times. You know, if money wasn't an issue, what would you like to do? And, you know, with all the panels and all the information, I think I'm definitely on the road of figuring out what that is. So I really want to thank everyone for all your wisdom. And I'm really excited about tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this has just been such an amazing day. I'm going to sleep so good tonight. I'm going to sleep so good tonight. It was really great having you, Risa. Thank you so much for coming to share and be on camera with us and just ask questions, because we love that. We love when people have questions because we genuinely want to help. So thanks for giving our panelists the opportunity to help more. And
question, and I'm sure there were other people who had that same question. I know in my work, I get asked that a lot, you know, about which platform to be on and how many. And so I think it was a great question. It takes courage to ask. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to bring Gina up. I know she doesn't want to, but I'm bringing her up anyways. Gina is another one of our VIPs.
Okay, I'll unmute myself.
Okay, good.
I'll pardon myself because there's other people in the office.
Do you want to share any takeaways as a
Sure,
attendee?
I have a ton and I feel terrible because I've been trying to multitask. So I haven't wrote down everybody's names. I'm really excited that I can go back and watch again. But the leading from behind that was huge, and just really reevaluating the culture. And just, you know, again, just having those values written down. And I really loved when the gal that's the stylist and talking about the colors giving off energy.
Yeah,
That really like made my brain start thinking. I'm not super familiar with the Googling my business, so that was
Girl.
something that
We will get you up on Google My Business, I promise. Okay?
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, especially for
So
your
that's
business.
just some of what I have.
Yeah, yeah. Gina has a catering company here locally to me. We went to high school together, so we go way back. So you definitely need Google My Business, sister, like for real.
Yes, it's been, it is one of those things where I have to figure out where I'm putting my energy because I can't put it everywhere.
Yeah.
So that will be very exciting.
Yeah.
To have you to do it.
Yeah. Well, here's the cool thing with the CRM that I'm going to get you set up in. You'll be
Yes.
able to post right to it from the CRM, so you don't even have to like worry about it. Every time you make a post on Facebook or whatever, it'll automatically go to it. So boom, you'll be done.
Right.
Boom, just like that.
Yes.
Easy peasy.
Looking forward to it.
Yay. Yay. So
Hey, you've been great. I just wanted to add that before I muted myself.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. All right. So we have some other, Miss Denise, I'm going to bring you into the hot seat. Denise is donating 2 of her deep.
While she's out, I just wanted to say that this color I'm wearing is because of Patsy. And everywhere I go, people are like, ooh, at this suit. And that's all because of Patsy saying this is a good color for you. So I love Patsy and the work she does. It's really awesome, y'all.
Well, Elaine was just starting to say what I did. Hello, she's back.
Tell him, sister. Just tell him.
All right. I'm giving away 2 of my deep dive programs, which are based off of my best-selling book, Inhale Abundance, Exhale Bullshit, How You Can Amplify Your Life with Excitement and Discover Your Inner Truths. We take a deeper look at it. I am very intuitive in the energy field, so it is one thing where I feel people's energy, and I know their gifts, and I also see different blind spots where you put yourself kind of in your own way. You're standing right inside of the target zones of someone to come and hit you. The metered, the dots on the line, you can't cross them. Well, you guys have all crossed them right in the middle there. So this deep dive takes you deeper into not only the 5 sassy skill sets that are the tools and the modalities that will help you see that with your passion, but there's also different exercises and information that will take you beyond getting results. It will show you the pattern behavioral change so you can use your own brilliance to turn it into fun, freedom, and financial wealth.
Love that. Love, 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 love that. Miss Julie, I'm going to put you in the hot seat next because you have a nice big gift as well to share. Would you like to tell everybody about it?
Yeah, Elaine, I have to echo everybody first before, and I know I texted you this. You are phenomenal. You are a rock star when it comes to this whole planning organization, countless of summits, and really you exceeded, I think, the bar. You've set the bar high for a lot of people, and for the people who are listening, who are watching the replay, make sure that you really surround yourself with the caliber of people that you want to become. And one of the things that I'm offering is, again, something that I'm my best client. I'm a Tiny Habits certified coach. We use a lot of the brain science to really be able to help individuals overcome some of the challenges that we all have. And when I coach myself, I create things that have helped me and then in turn help my clients. So the course that I am offering is on procrastination. And we really are going to leverage, what is it that keeps us, because yes, there's a lot of ways in which we sabotage ourselves, not only because of pre-programming that we have, but also we are not being true to our heart, and we're not being true to our desires. We don't have a really good, clear vision of what we're looking. So in overcoming procrastination, the course is set up to walk you through some of the tangible, really doable ways in which you can make some shifts in your life, but also you will have the ability to be able to have some individual coaching sessions. When I coach individuals, I really look at where is it that is the vision for your life? Where is it that maybe some of the gaps are? Because some of us are incredibly talented, but we need somebody else to come alongside and kind of see, like, Denise was saying, there's some blind spots that we have, and we want to make sure that we can have someone mirror those to us. So I love this course. I'm a former teacher. Definitely creating courses is something that I'm passionate about. So I know that this is a way that we can continue to support each other in the journey. Because, by the way, if you're not learning and you're not growing, you're really stagnant, then you're really cheating not only yourself, but most importantly, the people that you want to service. The
Yeah.
people that you want to make an impact with, the people that you have a purpose to really make an impact with and create a ripple effect. So pour into yourself. And that's what I want to encourage you. And I'm excited for this course. It's really, I've been working on a lot of different things within Thrive Global and the Tiny Habits community to really be able to put this together. So I can't wait to, the people that did the beta on this have, lifelong procrastinators are actually checking things off because it feels good and they've created that traction for themselves. So thank you for having me.
Yay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am just so grateful for all of you and, showing up and putting yourself out there, not knowing what was going to really happen and just kind of going with the flow of today and all.
It is comical at this point.
I was just going to say that word too, Tamira. I'm like, it's comical. And whoever said it was like bewitched, I totally get it. It feels like she's Endora coming in and out.
Yeah.
Is it like every 2 minutes? Somebody time? Does she come back in every 30 seconds?
Oh my God, it's so annoying. I'm going to have to.
It just
reach out
means
to
you
her.
girl bossed a little too close to the sun.
Maybe that's what it is. That's exactly what happened. So I'm just going to close it out and say I'm grateful for everybody that all of our panelists. I'm grateful for everybody who tuned in, our VIP people that were hanging out with us and asking questions and all of the things. So if you registered, you'll be getting a survey from me asking about gifts you would like to receive. And then we'll do a drawing. I will not do it on StreamYard, obviously. And I'll do it differently. So anyways, thank you guys so very much before I get kicked out again. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific time, bright and early. Well, it's early for me. And we'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Elaine. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Beyond exceptional, dear. You are amazing. And I'm so blessed that you do my work because that's how amazing it is. You are incredible. I mean, beyond it. That's why I called you last night to tell you organized, detailed, thorough, just it's beautiful. Executed it immensely. And I am so honored that you do my stuff because that's exactly what people get. It's beautiful, hon. You did amazing. It was so seamless today. Sending you lots of love. And I hope you taking time to celebrate yourself tonight. You deserve it.
With a nice nap.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I love you.
Love you. See you later.
Bye, dear.
Bye.
Bye.